We will now resume the City Council's hearing on the Mayor's executive budget for fiscal 2017. The Finance Division is joined by the Committee on Government Operations, chaired by Councilmember Kallos. We just heard from the Department of Sanitation, and now we will hear from Michael Ryan, Executive Director of the Board of Elections. In the interest of time, I will forego making an opening statement, but before we hear testimony, I will open the mic to my co-chair, Councilmember Kallos.
Thank you, Finance Chair Julissa Ferreras-Copeland. I will be making lengthy remarks right now, but as we move on with the hearing, my remarks will get shorter and shorter. I would like to just let folks know that if they have any questions, comments, and they don't have a chance to testify today, you can tweet me at Ben Kallos. And Julissa, if you could share your Twitter name.
Julissa Ferreras.
At Julissa Ferreras. During today's fiscal year 2017 executive budget proceeding, we'll be hearing from the Board of Elections, Campaign Finance Board, Law Department, Department of Citywide Administrative Services. These agencies run our elections, manage our city's campaign finance system, and assist with voter registration and outreach, handle cases of discrimination and lawsuits filed against the city, and administer civil service exam, manage city assets, including properties. As always, governmental operations is focused on operational efficiencies that generate cost savings on efforts to reduce reliance on outside contractors and the management of capital contracts, including best practices to reduce or avoid cost overruns. This year in particular, we'll also be discussing the budget as it relates to BOE's handling of April 19th presidential primary and DCAS's property management. Those last two items are much larger in scope than just this executive budget, and this committee intends to discuss each more comprehensively and exhaustively in the very near future in dedicated oversight hearings. For all the early mornings and late nights it took to put together today's hearing, I'd like to thank Unit Head John Russell, Finance Analyst James Sabuti, Finance Committee Counsel Rebecca Chasin from the Finance Division, as well as Governmental Operations Committee Counsel Smitha Deshmukh, Policy Analyst Lori Wen, and my Legislative Director Paul Westrick. I'd also like to remind members that since we have a lot to discuss this afternoon, please keep first round Q&A limited to 5 minutes and 3 minutes in the second, and any subsequent round if we have them. With that, I'd like to welcome the Board of Elections, and going to skip most of the introduction of the Board of Elections. However, I would note that today's hearing will examine the Board's budgetary needs for the upcoming fiscal year and discuss reforms that could improve the Board's operations and potentially lead to cost savings. I'd like to hear on details on management of your poll workers and training program, whether the Board has properly budgeted to ensure enough ballots, including affidavit ballots, are on hand at each poll site, and the $20 million challenge grant the Mayor offered BOE to improve transparency performance. I will pass it on to Committee Counsel or the Finance Chair to administer the oath.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I do.
You may begin your testimony.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Michael Ryan. I'm the Executive Director of the Board of Elections. Seated to my immediate right is Dawn Sandow, the Deputy Executive Director, as well as other staff that is present. Chair Ferreras, Chair Kallos, and members of the New York City Council's Committees on Finance and Governmental Operations, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you on behalf of the Board of Elections and to give testimony today. While I recognize that the purpose of today's hearing is for the City Council to receive testimony and pose questions regarding the Board's financial needs for fiscal year 2017, in order to finalize the city's budget process, given all that has transpired in the days leading up to the April 19, 2016 primary and since, I must address the Kings County voter roll issue. The core mission of the Board of Elections is to provide a full and fair opportunity for each registered voter in the City of New York to exercise the voter franchise. This mission is one of great responsibility and one that is taken very seriously. As such, the circumstances regarding the removal of voters from the rolls in Kings County and the related questions are clearly troubling. The immediate and most important issue addressed by the Board post-election was to identify any voter improperly removed from the rolls who voted by affidavit. Once those voters were identified, proper steps were taken to ensure the voted ballots were counted and included in the certified election results. While prior errors could not be undone, the board was committed to counting every eligible vote during the post-election process. The board instituted an intensive review process of all affidavit ballots initially determined invalid. Each ballot in this category in all 5 boroughs was scrutinized for potential eligibility over and above the routine valid-invalid ballot process. This resulted in the counting of votes in the certified vote totals that would have otherwise been invalidated. The board cannot and will not tolerate any deviation from governing statutes or board policy, particularly when involving voter rights. The board is in the process of reviewing in detail every aspect of the voter registration and voter archiving processes, both internally and externally, to make certain that the integrity of these processes is maintained at every step. The board is fully cooperating with the Office of the New York State Attorney General, Bureau of Civil Rights, in the investigation of this matter. The board has been in close contact with the Attorney General's staff and has provided all of the information requested to date. In addition to telephone communication and written communication, the board has met directly with Attorney General staff to address all questions and concerns that have been raised thus far. It is anticipated that this process will continue for some time. I can assure these committees that the highest levels of cooperation will continue until the investigation is concluded. The board has been contacted by the Office of the Comptroller of the City of New York to schedule an entrance conference. While that meeting has not occurred, I can further assure that the Comptroller will receive the same level of cooperation as does the Attorney General. The board is working closely with the New York State Board of Elections and the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles to examine every aspect of the electronic data sharing process. The board is committed to working with our government partners to make certain that the automation of the voter registration process is performed accurately and effectively. The board is further committed to utilizing available technology to enhance the voter experience. This can only be accomplished if all of the responsible agencies are working jointly to achieve this goal, and the board will certainly do its part. The board recognizes that the actions taken in Kings County should not have occurred. The board also recognizes that these actions contributed to reducing public confidence in the election process. The public trust is paramount. It must be cultivated and preserved. The board will work strenuously to keep, maintain, and improve all aspects of its responsibilities so that the citizens of the City of New York can effectively and actively participate in the election process with pride and confidence in the system. With respect to fiscal year 2016, I would like to thank the City Council and the Mayor for providing the necessary funding to the board to meet its constitutional and statutory mandates, as well as the needs of the voters of the City of New York. This responsible funding partnership has allowed the board to conduct the business of election administration, manage its finances, and engage in more effective short and long-term budget planning. As in the past, the board continues to look forward to fulfilling our mandate of ensuring that all eligible voters have the opportunity to freely and independently exercise the voting franchise. With respect to fiscal year 2017, the board would also like to take this opportunity to extend its gratitude to Mayor de Blasio, his administration, and the New York City Council for partnering with the board. The funding provided in the mayor's fiscal year 2017 budget is $123.7 million, of which $52.3 million is allocated for personal services and $71.4 million is allocated for other than personal services. The board acknowledges that its fiscal needs are fully met to conduct 2 citywide election events, including a citywide primary in September of 2016 for the state, Senate, and Assembly seats, as well as the general election, which happens to be a presidential year, in November of 2016, which also includes Supreme Court positions and congressional seats, the United States Senate, as well as the offices from the September primary. The board reaffirms its responsibility to work closely with the mayor's administration to ensure that all fiscal needs will be provided for through the end of 2017. The Board and the Administration have conducted regular meetings throughout this process, and it is anticipated that that pattern of consistent communication will continue throughout the remainder of the fiscal year. As always, my colleagues and I are available to answer any questions that you may have, and we are always available if anyone should need further information. In addition, while the investigation into the matters in Kings County remains ongoing, I am prepared to answer any questions regarding what transpired and that has been learned to date. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for keeping it concise. There's several members eager to ask you questions, including our chair. So I'm just going to have a few questions, and I'm going to come back in a second round. I wanted to talk about the mayor's $20 million BOE proposal. Given the problems voters faced during the last primary election, as you mentioned in your opening statement, including unknowingly being removed from the voter rolls, the mayor proposed a $20 million in reforms for the BOE. The proposal aims to improve communication with voters, improve poll workers, staffing, and identify systemic challenges within the BOE. What are your thoughts on the proposal, and from your initial review of the past primary elections, how many of these issues resulted from a lack of funding, and how many resulted from systemic mismanagement?
Well, with respect to the mayor's overall proposal, as the committee is aware, executive management answers directly to a board of commissioners. So at this time, it would be improper for executive management to get out ahead of any statements that may be made or released, or any decisions that may be made by the board of commissioners. I can say that we have already met with the mayor's administration. There is another meeting that is scheduled for early next week, and once the details of the proposals have been fleshed out, they will be shared with the commissioners, and ultimately in a quasi-legislative process, the commissioners will have to pass on that either in totality or in part. I can say that with respect to some of the proposals that have already been publicly stated by the commissioners as being in support of, for example, compliance with the comptroller's audit. I think that goes almost without saying, but certainly we fully intend to comply with the comptroller's audit. In terms of the additional funding towards poll workers, the commissioners have been consistently over the years on record that in order to enhance poll worker recruitment, that a raise in poll worker pay is necessary. The recommendation that has been made is to have poll workers go from $200 to $300 for the day, and for coordinators to be raised from $300 to $400. With respect to the clear communication with the voters, we have testified at other committees before the City Council on these issues. For different reasons, each of these proposals has some merit. Ultimately, again, that will be commissioner-level decision in terms of how much or how little is implemented. But the big challenge that we've had, and we stated this over a year ago, was given the number of elections occurring in 2016, 4 elections in the calendar year 2016, which also sometimes gets lost in the shuffle to others but not us, includes the petitioning process, which we also have a major role in. Implementing sweeping, broad, or otherwise systemic changes to any IT things that we do during this year will be very, very difficult. Once we get through this...
Mr. Ryan,
Sure.
Have we not been in a calendar where we've had 4 elections such as this one before?
Certainly.
So why was this one such a challenge?
In terms of implementing new technology, and I believe others more expert than I, even as friends to the council, came and testified that some of these technology matters require quite a bit of integration and work to make them happen. We just didn't think that we could honestly sit before the City Council and state that we could implement them in 2016.
So we weren't ready, basically.
It's not a question of not being ready. We've met with outside folks to try to develop a mail tracking system. There's a lot of moving parts to the election process, and our core mission is to put elections on, and yes, communication with the voters is certainly an essential element of that. It's just given our staffing levels and the amount of work that needs to be done in 2016, trying to implement all of those things in addition to meeting our core mission and some of the other technological advancements that we've made, including the utilization of tablets throughout all of the poll sites in New York City, presented some logistical challenges for us this year, and we just didn't think that we'd be able to get it done. And rather than come here and give lip service and say, sure, we'll get it done, and then miss the mark, we just testified previously that we didn't think we were going to be able to accomplish it in the year 2016.
So, like I mentioned before, I know other colleagues have questions, but it just seems that the utmost priority for your agency is to communicate with voters, because that's the whole purpose of its existence, is to facilitate voting, even if it's voting without the most technology advanced system, which we'd like to get there. But when we haven't mastered, after all these years of engaging voters, when we haven't mastered that, and when Brooklyn has to go through this process, how can we be confident that you will be ready for the June 28th primary?
I can tell you that the preparations for the June 28th primary started some time ago, and they had to, by definition, had to overlap with the preparations for the presidential primary. Certainly, one of the things that I would point out to the council as well, and this is a place where we can work together, is dealing with the state legislature to give us a consolidated primary process, so that we're not conducting 4 elections in a given year, and that we can work more effectively to service the voters. We're also engaging in an advertising campaign that's going to commence in July to try to recruit more poll workers, as well as a secondary piece to that, which will have a voter outreach component to it, so that we can drive more of the voters not only to our website, but to the various social media alternatives, which a lot of our younger people seem to be availing themselves of this year. So I don't want to give the impression that we're doing nothing in that regard. And in addition to all of that, we have our statutory mandates that we have to do, the legal advertising and such. So we are making incremental steps forward, and I believe that there has been improvement in the process. What I'm simply saying is that 2016 presents a challenge in terms of more broad, more sweeping changes. And in a year of 2017, we have a little bit more downtime in the first part of the year, calendar year, not fiscal year. That would be more of an opportunity to try to implement some more changes.
So in your marketing strategy to reach out to poll workers, what populations are you trying to include? Some poll sites have people that had a challenge even dealing with the technology of just putting a ballot into a printer. Like, that was a production in some poll sites. So what's the population that you're trying to target, and what would be the ideal poll worker in your mind?
Yes. Well, clearly, when we talk about the ideal poll workers, our poll worker population, and this is no secret, and it's not peculiar to the city of New York or even, you know, the 5 counties here or any county in New York State. It's a nationwide problem. Given the influx of technology into the poll sites, our poll workers need to get younger. One of the things that we have done already is utilized a pilot project with students as poll workers. We have found it's been a small pilot, but we found that the feedback from the boroughs has been very good, that these young folks are coming in, they're decidedly more energetic, more embracing of the technology, and as we introduce technology to the poll sites, and it's only going to increase, that's a wonderful thing. In terms of the outreach, we plan to have a fairly broad advertising campaign with the Metropolitan Transit Authority that's going to include subways and going to include buses as well, to try to reach out to a broad cross-section of the city and gin up some interest. And I think there is a direct correlation, quite frankly, between, the apparent voter apathy and then the reduction in the people that are willing to become poll workers. And we need to, all of us, collectively reinvigorate that enthusiasm and get as many people to the poll sites as we can, both as workers and voters.
So, again, just to reiterate, it is a challenge for this council to feel confident in the June 28th election primary and then again in the September primary. Do you have an idea of when these investigations, I know you can't control the Attorney General's investigation, but your own internal investigation, when do you plan to wrap that up?
I anticipate that we should wrap that up in relatively short order. As you know how these things go, I hate to put a hard and fast date on it, but I can tell you the steps that we took to ensure that the voters that voted by affidavit had their votes counted, and as well, we are taking a look at this list of 117,661 voters that were purged. I would like to dispel one myth that's been out there, and it's not the right narrative. The information got out there somehow that it was 120,000 Democrats that were purged and that they were, targeted neighborhoods. The fact of the matter is that from what we've learned thus far, the Brooklyn Borough Office, in an apparent attempt to respond to a previous investigation regarding not purging enough people from the voter rolls, engaged in a process where they picked a date, 2008, moving backwards, and they started to flag those individuals for removal from the voter rolls. What it resulted in was a broad cross-section of voters being removed from the voter rolls in all parties. There were 75,000 Democrats, 12,000 Republicans, and if I could look at the note, I forget what it is, but and blanks as well, people who were not registered to a party. That was improper, that they picked the arbitrary date. And what they did was they misinterpreted the reading of 5-213 and 5-400 and purged people from the records without first having declared them to be inactive.
So how does this happen? If you're the executive director and you have oversight of this process, how does Brooklyn, Kings County, make that decision without letting you know that this is a step that they're going to take before an election?
Other than to say that they made the decision on their own without input from the executive management and or the commissioners, there is no explanation. And as a result, both of the borough managers have been suspended without pay until the conclusion of the investigation. Ultimately, it will be up to the commissioners to make a determination what the long-term sanction is for the transgression, but they did it on their own. And they did it on their own with a misinterpretation of the procedures which are posted on our website and widely known. I can't explain why somebody would deviate from the process. All I can say is that it happened and that we have taken steps to ensure that it won't happen again.
Okay. I'm going to pass the questions on to my co-chair, Councilmember Kallos. And I just wanted to remind our colleagues that the Committee on GovOps will be having sometime in June a hearing specific to these more recent incidents. Chair Kallos. Oh, I'm sorry. We've been joined by Councilmember Menchaca, Cornegie, Gibson, Lander, Levine, Rosenthal, Borelli, Johnson, and Van Bramer.
Thank you, Chair Ferreras, and thank you, Mike Ryan, for being here from the Board of Elections. I'm just going to follow up. I'm really going to focus on budget and the budget implications of everything we're doing here, because this is a budget hearing. We're going to start digging into the procedures and the election law and other pieces in a further hearing as we have a battle of the attorneys, as it were. So with regards to those 121,000 affidavit ballots that were cast in the primary election, with more than 90,000 invalidated, is BOE legally required to notify all individuals who cast ballots by mail? How much will it cost to notify all 121,000 people of these affidavit ballots and whether or not they were counted? Will you be providing 90,000 voter registration cards so that people can correct their voter registration? And how much will it cost you to audit the hundreds of thousands of people who may have been purged since the last presidential election before this presidential election? And is that funding reflected in the executive budget?
With respect to an audit going back to 2008, that was not something that was either contemplated by the board or, to my knowledge, by the administration in the executive budget. So that's a short answer. With respect to everyone who cast an affidavit ballot, all persons who cast an affidavit ballot will receive a notification from the Board of Elections. Their notification will tell them if their ballot was counted or if it was not counted, and if it wasn't counted, why. We do not typically send out voter registration information with that. That is something that we can take a look at. In terms of the production, I would say the piece of mail probably is about $1 to produce, and then postage. So if we did quick math on, on 100,000, call it about $1.50, you're talking about $250,000 as a rough guesstimate. But that's contemplated in what we do because it's part of our general process. The other thing with the affidavit ballots, we saw a slight rise in affidavit ballots over 2008, but not an eye-popping one. It went up about 6%. So in 2008, it was about almost 100,000, just shy, and in 2016, it was about 112,000 and change.
How far are you going back on the audit, and how much is it going to cost to make sure that all those purges were done properly?
Right. That is almost impossible to quantify in that if we determine that a mailer has to go out, I can quantify the mailer. In terms of the workers that are going to do the work,
we're in the budget. We need to
I understand,
quantify it, and make sure we do it.
But people come into work and they work an 8-hour day and they get assigned a task. So it's very difficult for me to say how many workers it's going to take to adjust that. What I can say, the immediate issue at hand is to make sure that the folks that cast an affidavit ballot whose vote would have otherwise been invalidated will be reactivated so that when voter history is given for this election, they will have voter history. Beyond that, we have to take a look at the entire list of 117,661 to see and make sure that anyone who was improperly purged did not have some other event that would lead to their archiving or purging.
And along those lines, there's a voter file. You can see the date that somebody was set inactive, which is required before purging, unless, for instance, the person died. So in that case, you can do a very quick, systematic computer audit. I've done one myself, right, and the numbers are pretty staggering. Happy to share that. So moving on to the purge issue.
But Chair Kallos, I just want to make one quick point, and I don't want to gloss over this because I don't want to give anybody a false impression. The problem with Brooklyn is they skipped over the inactive status piece of the puzzle. They missed that critical step. I don't want to gloss over that.
Okay,
so what you were describing would be if things worked the way they were supposed to.
Yes. So along those lines in the inactive status, Election Law Section 5-213(3) on inactive status states, quote, "The Board of Elections shall restore the registration of any such voter to active status if," I'll excerpt, "the board finds that such voter has validly signed a designating or nominating petition which states that he resides at such address." I'll end the reading there. Does the Board of Elections check nominating petition signatures against the list of voters removed from poll books? How much would it cost to follow the election law? And until you follow this section of the election law, will you agree to cease removing voters from poll books without confirmation of a move by USPS or a death by a Social Security Administration?
There's a lot of information in that. With respect to the petition piece, I will respectfully have to get back to you on that because I am not specifically aware of exactly what we do in that regard. With respect to the...
Just to clarify for the audience and just take a moment, every year Before a president runs or a congressperson runs or local elected officials run, we have these arcane ballot access requirements, and we have to collect signatures. I collected 5,000. The mayor at one point collected several 100,000, still got knocked off the ballot but put back on. And the Board of Elections is supposed to check these petitions before they drop somebody off the poll book. And if you sign a petition, it's supposed to reactivate you and get you back into the poll book.
Right.
In plain language.
Yes. So that was piece one, and after your explanation, I lost track of what your pieces 2, 3, and 4 were. So petitions we took care of.
I just want to make sure you're estimating the cost to actually go through the petitions once you determine whether or not that happens, because I have a sneaking suspicion that doesn't happen. And so what are those costs going to be to follow the election law before you purge people from the voter rolls?
Understand.
And whether or not you will hold off on further purges until that piece of election law is followed.
Yes. To be clear, any regular list maintenance that is performed by tasks of the New York City Board of Elections will be held off until after voter certification for the 2016 presidential primary, mostly because of we can't take people off the voter rolls within 90 days of a federal election, which in this particular year basically blocks out the whole year. However, we do get communications from the State Board of Elections regarding duplicate entries, people who have passed away, and people who have been otherwise excluded due to a felony conviction or a declaration of mental incompetence. That type of list maintenance will continue because we get that directly from the State Board of Elections. So,
again, focusing on budget, at the mayor's preliminary budget provided you with $88 million, slashing your budget by more than a third, 38%, from its previous $142 million. At the time I asked you, and you confirmed that you could not operate an election on $88 million, the mayor has restored your budget by $35 million to $123 million, which is still $20 million less than last year. Is this enough to not only run an election, but to not run it poorly?
We are confident that the finances that have been provided for in the executive budget adequately meet the needs of the board moving forward with respect to its obligations for July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2017.
The presidential general election is the Super Bowl of elections, and we can't see the same problems as we did in the primary. So I'm slightly concerned. And then at the same time, as the chair already asked with regard to the $20 million that's been offered in funding, so you feel that you don't actually need that in order to do things like publicly post jobs, improve poll worker staffing, and have better pay. I think you asked for better pay. Are the poll workers going to actually hit the $15 an hour from the state and city mandates, and will we have the money we need to attract better poll workers? Will we be able to post signs at poll sites and actually have election systems where people can check their status along the legislation we just passed?
With respect to the poll worker pay, clearly a raise in poll worker pay is not included within the current budget.
Would a raise in poll worker pay help with some of the problems that we saw in April?
A raise in poll worker pay will certainly help us to attract more poll workers. We would hope that in the attraction of more poll workers that would be a higher quality of worker, a more reliable quality of worker. But as Chair Kallos, you and I have discussed, as well as others, there are other factors that are at play that have nothing to do with poll worker pay. It's getting people to want to do it in the first place, irrespective of how much they're paid. And we have discussed perhaps municipal workers as poll workers and other things to give us a more reliable base.
And some of the other things were challenged in the mayor's $20 million. So at this point, you as executive director are you planning to take the $20 million, or is that a matter that has to go before the commission?
That is a matter that has to go before the commissioners without question.
Okay. Now, one other piece, and the chair touched on this a little bit, but so executive director Mike Ryan, there are currently 2 BOE employees who have been suspended without pay. Do you have the authority to terminate them and hire new clerk and deputy through an open, advertised process that selects candidates based exclusively on merit? And if not, who does?
No, that responsibility lies solely with the Board of Commissioners pursuant to Section 3-300 of the New York State Election Law.
In order to see what happened in Brooklyn, and because the responsibility, according to you, rests with them, I expect both you and the commissioners to be here when we do oversight on what happened. Ultimately, with the power to hire and fire comes the power to truly supervise. The last piece I'll ask, and then I'll pass it on to other members, is will the Board of Elections provide a list of titles and salary lines that are, 1, selected by merit through the civil service system, 2, advertised publicly and hired through an open process that values merit, number 3, not publicly posted or were appointed by commissioners or a political party official?
Well, I can tell you the first one. We don't hire civil servants. So the answer to the first one is simple enough. We don't have any. With respect to the others, we can certainly provide a list of the jobs that we do post publicly, and then by default, the remainder of the jobs that aren't posted publicly are filled through the regular process.
My intention
Right.
is for the City of New York to fund the open seats and the pieces that are done through an open process and a merit-based process, but not fund the patronage. I'd like to ask in order. We have Councilmember Menchaca, Cornegie, Lander, Gibson, and Rosenthal. You have 5 minutes. It'll go straight to Robert Cornegie. You have 5 minutes for your first round. Thank you.
Good morning, Director.
Good morning.
So as a council member from the Borough of Brooklyn, I have many questions, but the Chair of Finance already said that there'll be a special hearing convened to discuss the immediate issues of that day. So some of my questions I will save for that day. However, there are some number questions that I have. We were given preliminary information in the borough that there was a nominal number of constituents who were purged from the rolls who actually showed up to vote. What was that number?
Hold on one second. I have, where is it? I believe Brooklyn, here it is. We had 98 in the borough of Brooklyn whose affidavit ballots were revived through the scrutiny that we discussed earlier.
So just for the purpose of this audience, could you tell me how many registered voters there are in the borough of Brooklyn?
I don't have the total voter registration number for Brooklyn with me presently, but I'm certain before the conclusion of the hearing, we can get it for you.
So for those of us who are part of the Brooklyn delegation, that number of 98 is a little alarming, because unless that 98 was focused solely in my district alone, that would make sense from the preliminary and anecdotal reports I got from my constituents. So I'm concerned that somehow that number may actually not be correct. So I'm looking forward to having a deeper kind of drill down on it, because in my district alone, during that day, I serve in another capacity, which allows me to have to access poll sites that entire day, and I was getting calls all day, every day, all day that entire day, and running kind of around the borough, or around my district at least, putting out fires. And other people who serve in that capacity were doing the same thing. We were talking on the phone, so I find it, a little bit strange that number seems that minimal. And then the second question I have is about the change of poll sites. We found that a lot of poll sites, and in this borough, I don't know whether it rises to the level, but there's some talk that there's a great degree of disenfranchisement by how the poll sites are being changed, especially as it relates to seniors, as it relates to the handicapped. There's a lot of movement, and it seems disproportionate to other boroughs in terms of the movement of poll sites. Can you just describe to me what that has been and ensure that going forward that's not going to be the case? Every election, and you mentioned we had 3, which is incredibly confusing for the borough, and not only my district, with this incessant movement of polls around election time?
Certainly. If I could just briefly address Councilman's first point. We recognize that there is a credibility gap based on the recent events. What I can tell you is, separate and apart from the hearing process, although the hearing process is necessary, we commit to meet with you or any of your colleagues at whatever mutually agreed upon forum can be established so that we can full-throatedly explain all of the challenges that we face, what we did with respect to the purging and how that all came to be, in addition to whatever we must state publicly at a hearing. So I make that pledge not only to you but to all the members of the City Council. With respect to poll site moves are a significant challenge for the Board of Elections. We do not seek to move poll sites. There is no political motivation to shuffle the deck of poll sites. The challenges that we're facing in all 5 boroughs, and I can get you specific numbers with respect to Brooklyn, is compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act first and foremost. If we can make a poll site temporarily accessible for Election Day, we go ahead and do that. We've purchased ramps that our own staff install. We have vendors that go out and install the ramps and help us with these accessibility issues. Some poll sites, unfortunately, just can't be made accessible in their current condition, and we're held to a high standard, so we end up having to move those. But certainly, we also have others that might have been a private poll site, and if the site has now turned over or no longer has a tax exemption, we lose the ability to designate them. We're not looking to move sites unnecessarily. So I would simply say to all the members of the City Council, yes, we certainly should work together. We should be more hand in glove with respect to this. And if there are more suitable sites in your jurisdiction, since you're on the ground and you know your folks and your constituents better, certainly we're open to any and all suggestions.
Thank you. Councilmember Lander, followed by Gibson, followed by Rosenthal. We've been joined by Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Chair and Director. So I want to follow up on, I guess, the overlap between, or the potential overlap between the purge and affidavit ballots. So for starters, I just want to make sure I know the affidavit ballot numbers right. It's been reported, but I guess I want to make sure I get them from you. So
Sure.
How many voters in Brooklyn voted on affidavit ballots? How many of those were counted, and how many were not counted?
We had 22,000. No, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the Bronx. Wrong BR. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Brooklyn. We had 38,548 total affidavits cast in Brooklyn. Preliminarily, there were 9,055 valid ballots and 29,493 invalid ballots. After the enhanced scrutiny process, we ended up with a total number of 9,153 valid affidavits and 29,395 invalid ballots.
And that means you went through all 29,493 invalid ballots and matched them against the list of those that have been purged from the rolls. And there are no other people beyond the 98 that you found that voted affidavit, were declared invalid, and were on the purged list.
What I can tell you is that in addition to the regular valid invalidation process that gets done every single election, for everyone that was on the preliminarily invalid list, and I'm saying that purposefully, every document that we have in our voter registration system called AVID, voter data, voter history, any activity that we did, and all the documents that bearing a signature or a scanned piece of mail that might have been returned were all printed up, preliminarily reviewed, and then given second and third go-through to make sure that anyone that we could properly identify as having been improperly invalidated would have their vote revived counted in the totals, and then ultimately restored to the voter rolls.
So staff looked through each of those, because obviously they're handwritten.
Correct.
And tried to figure out whether those folks had been, rendered invalid through purge or other inappropriate,
Well, it was
potentially inappropriate.
It was more straightforward than even that, because this purge that we're talking about happened on two specific dates. There was a mailer that went out, and I think that point has gotten lost in the public conversation as well. We sent out a piece of mail, an intent to cancel notice, albeit improperly, to these folks that were going to be purged on May 26, 2015. On June 18th, the first larger purge was made. Then there was a second smaller mailer that happened in June, and that purge happened on July the 5th, 2015. All of this was reported out at our public meeting on July the 7th, 2015, before the commissioners. So we could zero in on those dates. June 18th purge, red flag. July 5th purge, red flag. So it really did hone us in. But in addition to that, in all 5 boroughs, we looked at anybody who was removed from the voter rolls that ultimately, on second look, could not be confidently validated by the documents in our system, and we revived their votes. To a much smaller scale, it happened in every borough except Staten Island.
All right, so I'm going to ask my remaining questions about this before my time runs out. At first, I think it'd be useful to have those numbers for the other boroughs as well.
I have them.
And then second, I'm a little confused about the time gap. It's my understanding that if you voted affidavit, you only have 20 days to contest that if you're declared invalid, that it should have been declared valid. But if you don't get the mailing within 20 days, how do you know whether you were or weren't? And if you don't find out until you get the piece of mail, how does your appeals period work? How do you make that appeal? Do you have to come down in person, or is there a way online or by phone? How many people have done that so far? And what's the process for your review and answer of those, when they do?
We've had a handful of walk-ins, and to my understanding, up to this point, the folks that walked in to challenge and to say that they were disenfranchised were in fact not registered in the party that they alleged to have been able to vote in. Secondarily, we did have a couple of instances where it appears that either by poll worker error or voter error, they went to the wrong table. In those instances, we were able to provide the stamped copy of the page in the book where it says voted by affidavit, and then a copy of their validated affidavit. But I would like to point out that in the borough of Brooklyn, in 2008, the last representative year, 26% of all affidavit ballots cast were ultimately validated, and in 2016, that number did decrease to 24%, but it's within what we say the margin of error. Some boroughs went up, some boroughs went down, but in presidential primaries, there are large numbers of invalidated affidavits because people don't understand the party closed primary system.
I'll get on the stack for a second round, but I wonder if you could just answer my question about the appeal, when you get...
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
...to this question of...
If we make what a voter deems to be an error in judgment, the statutory framework is such that the voter would have to bring a court proceeding to have that reversed. It's not an appeal that goes to the Board of Elections.
And how long do they have to do so?
They have 20 days from the date of the invalidation to make that appeal.
And when will they be notified that their vote was declared invalid?
While we're in the process of preparing for the June primary as well, we're also preparing letters to go out to the voters. As soon as we can get them out there, we've also posted the information on our website regarding this process. As of yesterday, I believe the English version was posted, and we were in the process of all of the covered languages are now up on the website.
Okay, but it's safe today they're not going to get the mail that the chair referred to until after their 20-day window has expired.
I can't say that with certainty. I can say that there is a risk that would occur, and that's why we put the other information up on the website, to give people another, at least one other avenue of obtaining the information.
I hear you. I think you could say it with certainty. All right, I'd like a second round, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You're on the top of the stack. Councilmember Gibson, Rosenthal, Miller, followed by second round.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair Kallos, and our Chair, Fredelis Copeland. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here, to you and your staff at the Board of Elections. Certainly, you guys are tasked with a heavy responsibility, and we at the council want to be extremely helpful in our partnership to make our process go as smooth as possible. So I just had 3 quick questions I wanted to focus on, and it wasn't in your testimony, but what is the current protocol for notifying voters of poll site changes and locations? There are many instances where polling sites are not ready for the election, and we have to find an alternate site. There's a notification mailed out to voters as a temporary measure, and then they revert back to the original site. There's a lot of confusion that has happened over many elections. I faced that in this election. So I wanted to find out what the proper protocol is for identifying a poll site, and if you have to change the location, how we notify voters. All
right, so the general process is no later than May 1st, according to election law, every year, we have to designate our poll sites. That's both the ones that are more or less automatics, like the schools, and any private sites that we use. NYCHA, Parks Department has a few. We do that designation May 1st, on or before May 1st every year, and that runs through the following April the 30th. Okay. The typical way that someone would get notified of a poll site change is, unless, in a year like now, if there was a poll site change made on May the 1st, we would send out a special mailer as a poll site change notice, because there's a June primary. But assume that there's no June primary, they would be notified of their poll site change in our legally mandated August 1st through, say, August 7th, 8th mailer that goes out to every voter in the city. And what we've done over the last several years is we've changed the face of that mailer to be clear on the outside that your poll site has changed, so that people, well, hopefully it's in red, they'll look at it and say, okay, maybe I really need to pay attention to this, as opposed to folks that habitually participate in elections and are used to going where they go.
Okay. So I work with the BOE in the Bronx a lot. My district sits on a hill, so there are many instances where my residents are traveling further away to go to a temporary polling site. So I understand, and I wanted to really understand the process and the guidelines by which you follow, because for me it's helpful to help educate my residents. I wanted to also ask about the poll workers training classes that they go through every year. As much as we can, we have extended the training classes for coordinators, poll workers, interpreters, door clerks, and trying to keep up with the latest technology. We are still finding a significant amount of participants are not passing the exam. They're not prepared for the election. They're still working. So we still have a lot of way to go. I wanted to find out the process for the training classes, the administration of it, and what changes you see coming down the pipeline.
Years ago, we used to get the lion's share of our poll workers through party recommendation. Over the last number of years, that dynamic has shifted. We now get about 40% of our poll worker workforce from party recommendation, as opposed to just folks learning about it and coming to work for us. We have entered into a contract, and we're 2 years in, with Election Center, which is a nationally recognized consultant to help overhaul the training material and the duration of the classes, and we are moving towards, we have some video assist for refresher on the website, but we're moving more towards that. That originally was supposed to be a 3-year contract. It still is. However, we compressed the deliverables on that contract with the vendor to 2 years, and now we're going to hopefully use this last remaining year on the contract to do other things that weren't initially contemplated. So the training is certainly an issue. Recruitment is certainly an
Okay.
issue as well, and any assistance that we can get, we can't do it all on our own,
Right,
the
of
recruitment
course.
piece. I mean, we need
Okay.
voices out there helping us too.
Absolutely. So my final question as my time winds down is about outside contracts. So BOE has a contract with a provider that looks at ADA compliance, and what I noticed this election, very important, there were additional measures put into sites that gave us metallic handicap ramps that were added to some of our polling sites. At one of my sites, the one we were given was faulty. And sadly, when my coordinator went to check it on an hourly basis, he had an accident and fell. So I spoke to my commissioner in the Bronx and determined that there was a contract where this was provided. I didn't think it was needed because the site was already ADA compliant, but I was told the BOE came back in and said it was not ADA compliant. So things of that nature, I want to understand further moving forward.
Sure. Perhaps it wasn't explained to you exactly, the way it really exists. The Board of Elections was sued in a case that we refer to as United Spinal, but there was a series of plaintiffs, and we are under federal court order. Evan Terry and Associates, although we technically contract with them and we are paying them quite a bit of money, we are contracting with them by federal court order. So Evan Terry Associates has been tasked with the responsibility by a federal judge to review every poll site throughout the city and determine its accessibility and what barriers there are to accessibility. With respect to the ramps that are installed at these locations, they come from the recommendation of Evan Terry Associates, which we have to follow because of the federal court order. So Evan Terry Associates will tell us, here's what remedial measures need to be taken. There will be some back and forth, but in reality, they are the court-designated experts, and if there is a tension between what the Board of Elections believes should be done and what Evan Terry Associates believes should be done, then we have no choice but to comply with what the expert is telling us to do. And certainly if there are vendors that are doing deficient work, or if it's a ramp that an employee at the Board of Elections installed, which we're trying to shrink that universe as much as possible, if that's being installed defectively, we need to know that so that we can take appropriate measures to either not have our employees install that ramp, or if it was a vendor-installed ramp, to make sure that it's done properly, and if that vendor can't get the work done, that we have to move on to another vendor.
Thank you,
Okay,
Director
thank you. I
Ryan.
appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
We've been joined by Councilmember Reynoso and Torres. Next, we have Councilmember Rosenthal, followed by Councilmember Miller, followed by second round from myself, and then Councilmember Lander.
Thanks so much, Chairs and Commissioner. Great to see you today. Appreciate your coming in. I sort of want to follow up on my colleague's question about ADA accessible locations. I certainly have, like all my colleagues, worked to make sure all our locations are ADA accessible. We had one unusual thing happen this year where a site was changed seemingly overnight, but I'm sure not, from one site, which according to the Board of Elections website, it is ADA accessible. It got changed from that location to a site which, according to the Board of Elections website, is not accessible. So the Board of Elections website, it says right on there, do not use this website, do not use this poll site, ADA inaccessible. Can you help me understand that?
Not without knowing the website and seeing the.
Your website.
No, I understand.
PS
Not without,
166
PS
is the school that's not accessible according to the Board of Elections, where it was used as a poll site in this primary.
Respectfully, Councilmember, I don't have all of the 1,200 poll sites
I'm not expecting you to.
memorized,
I just
but
want to
certainly,
mention
no
that.
question. But and I would like to say, and I extend this invitation to everyone here as well as your colleagues, we don't have to wait till hearings to hear about these things.
And we have a meeting set up for next
Absolutely.
week, and I'm looking
Great.
forward to
Yeah,
it.
and we have a great, and you know, we have a great communication, so we'll give you
Absolutely. And that's the
whatever we
first-
can.
I appreciate it, and that's the first question that's
Right.
going to go on my letter to you today, saying, could we please
Well, I
review
appreciate that, and we'll get you whatever information we have, and if there was a mistake made, we'll make sure it gets corrected. Now,
Right. Now,
Councilmember
the
Gibson.
second-
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't want to cut into your time. I have a follow-up for Councilmember Gibson, but I won't cut into your time to do it.
Thank you. Secondly, do you have a pile in your office of the site map for that poll site location? So you know where the entry is going to be and where the actual voting is going to take place. Do you have those maps in your office?
We don't have them in our office. We have them electronically in the system. They get shared back and forth between Evan Terry Associates and our folks. And yes, all of that
Is that for
schematic-
public consumption? Can they be downloaded?
Sure. I mean, and any of the sites that you have in question, we could provide you all of the documents
So
that you would
PS
need.
75
Right.
has two entries. One is steps, not ADA accessible,
Right.
that goes directly into the cafeteria where voting takes place. It would not pass any classroom. The other location is ADA accessible and goes past half a dozen, 10 classrooms of what's called a NEST program, which are kids with autism.
Right.
The site coordinator refused to let anyone walk in directly to the cafeteria and required every single voter to walk past those classrooms. And is the case that's human, it is the human condition, everyone had to stop and look into the classroom. You can imagine what a day that was for those students. Why is it that those with ADA needs couldn't use that entry, and the people who did not have ADA needs use the steps? Now, what I was told is because that would create a stigma for those with who require a wheelchair. Is that the policy of the Board of Election?
No. Whoever told you that made up a story to get you to stop talking to them about the entrance issue on that day. I can say that with certainty.
So
We
that's
have plenty of-
PS 75.
We have plenty of poll sites that have two entrances, an accessible entrance and you know, often the main entrance, especially in our older school buildings, often the main entrance is not ADA accessible, but there is some other portion of the building that has been made ADA accessible. We don't force anybody to use one or the other. If the school has the door open and you can go in that way,
So I'm going to summarize, because I have to go uptown, by saying that I don't have confidence that, or let me say it a different way. I'd like to review all my poll sites in my meeting with you, and it's not clear who, to me, I don't like having to go to the commissioner and ask you to go through my 80 poll sites. Who is it that is responsible for making sure those simple things are taken care of? And why can't this stuff get fixed?
as you can imagine, it's a complex process. There are several staff members, you know, and mid-level managers that oversee the entire process, but certainly executive management gets involved in that as well on an as-needed basis. We need to make sure that our communication with all of the elected officials and the public with respect to these matters is as good as it can possibly be. I can tell you, if you bring your list of poll sites, we have a big screen, we can go through them, you can see the types of documents that are available, and what you think you need, and that will be helpful to you, we'll provide. They are quite voluminous, though, and you probably won't need it all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Ryan. Thank you, Council Members Rosenthal and Gibson. Please feel free to keep the Governmental Operations Committee involved, and specifically anyone who's having trouble with poll site locations, translation, or you name it. Please make sure to bring it to our attention, Director Ryan's attention, and you have the full support of this committee, our committee counsel, Smita Deshmukh, as well as Lori Wen, our policy analyst. Our goal is to work with everyone, and you have the full support of the council. We have Councilmember Miller on first round, followed by second round with Councilmember Lander.
Thank you, Chair Kallos, and thank you, Director, for you and your team being here. So I want to follow up on a number of things that were said today, but could you just give us the number of Queen's affidavits?
Sure. Queens, total number of affidavits received, 26,347. The total number of preliminarily invalid affidavits was, looks like 21,272. And ultimately, 19 of the preliminarily invalids were validated for a total number of valid affidavits of 5,097.
Do you find that the disparity in those who were not validated, what was the main reason?
The main reason in a presidential primary is people are not registered to the party that they want to vote in. And the only thing I can compare it to is to go back to 2008 when we had a similar election and compare those numbers. In 2008, you had 20,618 affidavits cast in Queens and 4,777 out of the 20,000 were valid. So while Queens did see a drop in 2016, it's more or less comparable. You had 23% in 2008, 19% in 2016.
So you would submit that most of them was because it was not an open election?
That's a lot of it, and then there are other reasons. If the affidavit is just what it says it is, it's an affidavit. If through voter error, the voter leaves out critical pieces of information, for example, their party of enrollment up at the top, then by legal definition it must be invalidated because it's incomplete. And this is one of those circumstances where the constitutional right to have your vote counted clashes head-on with the constitutional right to have your ballot be secret. And the only way to sometimes validate it would be to open it up and really look at it, and we really can't do that.
So, all right, thank you so much. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask these questions. So how many were purged? And what is the main reason for purging? Reasons for purging?
In Queens?
Throughout the city?
Throughout the city?
I don't need a number.
I do not have the citywide...
What is the main reason?
Oh, you mean invalidated?
Yep. For purging.
Well, there's a difference between purging from the voter rolls.
So we've gone from one to
okay, I'm sorry. I can get you the numbers of the voter roll cleanup that was done last year, but I can tell you that the main reasons are what we receive from the State Board of Elections, which are duplicate entries, deaths, and felons. And to a much smaller extent, people who are declared mentally incompetent or people who have asked to be removed. And then we also get the NCOA, the National Change of Address, which is the moves, and that's a large number as well.
I've seen instances where seniors have been asked to sort of validate themselves. What is that about?
No voter who is on the voter rolls for whom we have not received some communication back from the post office or another source should be removed from the rolls or be asked to necessarily validate their registration. So if you live at the same location, you're constantly getting your mail, you registered to vote 30 years ago, and you just don't want to vote,
So
there
those
should
are the
be nothing done to
situations,
those folks.
those are the circumstances that I've seen on numerous occasions, but they were seniors, and the reason was given that something like, because they hadn't voted, they wanted
Right.
to make sure that they were still alive.
One of the things that could have happened, and it's a possible explanation, we participate in, with the Social Security Death Master File Index. The Social Security records have proven not to be reliable. So when we get a notification of a death through the state system, we process that death with no further notification. When we get a notification of death through the Social Security system, we send out a letter basically asking for validation. So that is a possible explanation, but I wouldn't want to paint that circumstance with a broad brush.
So, I'm gonna
Thank you.
finish up here with the, with poll workers. And I know they, in your earlier
Member
testimony.
Miller, sorry, we'll put you on, we have one more person on first round, then myself, then Brad Lander, then you.
Sure, thank you.
No problem. Councilmember Torres, and we are officially closing the first round of questioning, followed by second round from myself, and Lander, followed by Miller.
Good to see you again. I think we ran into
Yes.
when we were in MSNBC. I have a question. What is your agency's position on the council's legal authority over the Board of Elections? Do you believe we have legislative authority over BOE?
It would depend on what you're attempting to legislate.
So can you define what you believe to be the legal relationship between the council and the BOE?
What our belief is that the legal relationship is that the New York City Board of Elections, as well as the other boards of elections throughout the state, is established through statutory and constitutional construct, and that with respect to our relationship with the City Council, that deals with budgetary matters only.
So you believe we have no legislative authority?
We have had this conversation in other committees, and I would have to say that depending on the specific piece of legislation, each piece of legislation would rise and fall on its own merits. But we have stated this similar position for other matters.
I'm not clear on the position, because I know you're subject to oversight. We have a budgetary relationship. You're governed by state law. No one disputes that.
Correct.
But I guess what would you define as the scope of this council's legislative authority in relation to BOE? I still don't have an answer to that question.
The Board of Elections is an independently established body through the constitutional and statutory construct. We are limited in terms of our spending ability to the four corners of the budget that's established by the local municipal process. Outside of that, where our primary area of reporting back, if you will, or the parameters under which we work is established by state law, and to a much more limited extent by city statutes and municipal ordinances with respect to elections that are solely municipal in nature. So to the extent that there's crossover, there's a gray area, and that's why I'm not trying to hedge the answer, but if in a different conversation, if we had a conversation about specific pieces of legislation and what they were specifically designed to do, then I could give you a more well-thought-out answer, but certainly, given the complexity, not on the spot.
Okay. I have a follow-up. Did you tell Councilmember Miller earlier that you did not have the purge numbers citywide, or?
I don't have them with me presently, but they're
because that's
obtainable.
disappointing. I think purge was at the heart of the controversy around the presidential primary election. So for you to not have those numbers strikes me as odd.
What we brought with us today was the purge numbers with respect to Brooklyn, and I thought that was going to be the primary focus. The other boroughs did not engage in a purge like the one that was done in Brooklyn. The other boroughs archived their voters based on what I'll call normal, quotes, process of receiving duplicates, deaths, felons, moves through the NCOA. Those are things that we do on a routine basis, and they're more.
So there were no purges elsewhere in the city, or?
I'm just going to jump in 1 second.
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt, and please hold the time. When we opened up, we did indicate that there would be a hearing solely devoted to purges, and while I...
Does that preempt questioning on the topic?
Well, no, you can continue. It's just, in terms of for the preparations, we were largely focused on budget. Most of the questions we're asking are on budget, while members often use the budget hearings as a chance to ask whatever questions they want.
But this is against the backdrop of a presidential primary where purge was the central issue, so...
And you are on the Governmental Operations Committee. You will be there when we do a hearing just on that, to spend as many hours as we need to digging in to the depth. And if you are curious about numbers, I've actually done an audit myself. It's at votersearch.org/demographics. And take a look. It's great. And feel free, please take, if we can reset the clock at 2 minutes for Councilmember Torres.
How much does the BOE invest in the professional development of poll workers and your staff?
We have an outside consultant, Election Center. Their initial contract was a 3-year contract. I believe it was $750,000. In addition to that, and I can get you a line-by-line breakdown with respect to how much we deal with training, which will be a combination of not only the cost of the trainers, but also the cost of acquiring sites.
And how many poll workers do you oversee?
We budget for 36,000.
Do you think 750,000 is enough for 36,000?
It was 750,000 for a consultant to help us overhaul our training process.
So what's the dollar amount of the overall training that you provide?
We have our rough budget every year, if you take everything into consideration, is approximately $2 million to put on all the trainings that we need for the different election cycles.
Do you find that amount to be sufficient?
No agency would ever sit before a legislative body with credibility and say that they can't use more money if so allocated. What we try to do, though, is use the resources that we have as responsibly as we can. One of the things that I think, yes, we are certainly looking at training. That needs to be a central focus. However, recruitment is something that we cannot do on our own, and bringing more people into the process, I think by definition, will improve it, and for that, we ask everyone's assistance.
And in addition to recruitment, retention is just as important. Do you have data on the retention of poll workers, or?
Again, that's something that we can certainly get for you, and I'm sure that it wouldn't take all that much to do. But they're a fairly transient population with respect to us, as the referrals from the local parties are dwindling and now, at 40% and dropping.
And is the training and professional development, is it one time? Is it ongoing? What's the nature of it?
It's cyclical. Every July, after petitions are completed, we start to gather the training courses, I should say the sites. We set them up, and we commence the training process. What we have found, despite our best efforts and to try to get people trained early, human nature being what it is, usually our later classes coming up close to the election events are stacked, where our earlier classes are more sparsely attended.
Okay. I think my time is up, so I will.
Yes, so we're going to reopen the first round, if that is acceptable to those present, for Councilmember Matteo, who is here, and then we'll go into second round for myself, Councilmember Lander, and Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to talk about the Staten Island primary, obviously a special election, rather.
Yes.
Had some issues about poll workers not automatically given the special election ballot to the voters. Wondering if you commented on that, if you saw any other issues. Obviously, it was a different kind of special election where we had to get the separate voters out in the South Shore. So just wondering, in general, any issues that have arisen besides what I was told, and if so, how can we work to prevent that in the future?
Well, Councilmember, you are fortunate to represent a borough where we typically experience the lowest amount of issues at our poll sites. With respect to the special election, this was the first time that a special election was conducted in this way. We brought in as many poll site coordinators and and poll workers in those affected districts as we possibly could. We sent out a notice to all of them. I don't have the turnout numbers with respect to the training, but certainly the two-ballot scenario for registered Democrats and registered Republicans was something that was stressed, and quite frankly, it was the whole reason for bringing them in. Am I surprised that in some instances that didn't necessarily happen? No, because it was the first time that a special election was conducted in this way. But I will say that the work of the New York City Board's EVS unit, the Electronic Voting Systems unit, developed the strategy and setup, if you will, that allowed for the special election to be conducted this way without having to do deployment of duplicate machines in separate rooms and all of that. So while it probably did have some drawbacks, I think on balance it worked well, and I think it should serve as a model of how we would do special elections moving forward, because now we proved it can be done.
Agreed. And Director Ryan, I do appreciate that. I appreciate the work of the staff, because besides a few issues of what I talked to you about, maybe some not getting them right at the instance, most of them were corrected and given once the voter went up and said, I'm voting, also for the assembly race as well. So no other further issues that you got from that day?
Not from Staten Island, no. Nothing that's really jumping out as a systemic problem that would require immediate redress.
Good. And I hope that, moving forward, if we have this type of special election again, and we'll learn from the few mistakes that were made. But overall, I agree with you. I thought the process went smooth, and we'll discuss further offline how we can come up with some other alternatives if needed in a special election like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're in second round now? Do you have, okay. Chair Kallos.
I think there's a lot of questions around the purges, and would the Board of Elections send the citywide voter file from the city? I already have the state voter file, but I will take the city voter file. I'd also like you to send over your inactives, your purges, and to the extent you have data on your affidavits and how you did that. We'll want that to do our own audit. You can add us to the long list of folks who will be doing our oversight and audit here at the Governmental Operations Committee. Similarly, we'll be looking to see the commissioners, the applicable commissioners, as well as the clerk and deputy clerk for the oversight hearing on what happened in Brooklyn, as well as we prepare for June. Last summer, the Board of Elections increased the pay of its commissioners by as much as 16%, as well as the executive director here. What was the rationale for this raise? Do you think they were deserved in light of the primary election in April?
I will clear up one misconception. The commissioners cannot raise their own salary. The salary of the commission is set by statute. It is a maximum of $30,000 a year, payable at $300 per attended meeting. So there was, in fact, no commissioner raise unless at some point the state legislature says that there's going to be a raise. So that was a misconception. With respect to the management staff, one of those folks is me, and when the salaries were compared against other city agencies, we tried to make a comparable salary structure with respect to other city agencies. I might add that based on our analysis, while the board was making up for some past inequities, it did not quite reach the level of the salaries that are done for other equivalent positions throughout the city of New York. Not that I am complaining in the least, I don't mean to make it sound like that, but that was the rationale behind it, was to have competitive salaries for folks in positions of decision-making authority, of which I am one.
And of those folks, how many of them have cars and drivers?
No one has a driver, and of those folks, there is only one individual that has the use of an agency vehicle.
Is that you?
And that would be me.
Okay, I think we had some concerns in some of the reporting. There was mention of one of the folks who's been suspended without pay having a car and a chauffeur, and some other items that caught us by surprise in the report.
I think where that may have gotten, out there as an issue is that there were some decisions, well, at least one decision that came out of COIB where one of the borough chiefs was commuting with one of their employees, but that was in personal vehicles, not in an agency vehicle. And there was also an issue with another borough chief who had some infirmities with individuals parking that chief's car at the office.
Councilmember Gibson, Councilmember Torres all touched on this, and I have before. So will there be an increase in funds following this executive budget proposal from the mayor to get poll workers to $15 an hour, to give them the proper training? And I think we had a tweet from Bridget Bergen at WNYC about focusing on quality over quantity and making sure that we can have the best folks possible to run the best election possible for the Super Bowl of elections, this coming presidential election.
The conversations with respect to poll worker compensation with the administration are ongoing. I believe that there is a collective will to make that happen. I do not engage in predictions, but short of a guarantee, I believe that there is a will to make it happen, and I believe that it will happen. However, there are still some conversations that need to be had, and we still have to take a look at the mayor's proposals in detail.
We can't put a price on democracy. I'm going to wrap with this question. Grab a pen because it's a doozy. So, leading up to the general election in 2008, we saw issues with a flood of voter registrations, insufficient ballots, and long lines. How much will it cost to implement online voter registration has been improved by the New York State Attorney General, Eric Schneiderman. How much will it cost to hire sufficient staff to enter in voter registrations and verify that they're actually entered properly to prevent errors? How much to print sufficient ballots or implement on-demand printing at borough offices or even poll sites? How much to hire enough information clerks and provide technology and training so that they can address long lines at poll sites? And can we provide an electronic voter lookup tools like votersearch.org to poll workers so that they can look up the status of a voter who may not be in the poll book?
Okay. You speak very quickly, even sometimes more so than I. Voter registration, online voter registration. The barrier to online voter registration presently is an interpretation of the Electronic Signature Act as it applies to the elections process, which is outside the scope of the authority of the City Board of Elections.
The Attorney General has opined directly on this.
I understand, but there are others who have opined in the contrary. So we have established and
so you will not even, so not only do you challenge the authority of the council, but you challenge the authority of the New York State Attorney General.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that the direction that we have received from the State Board of Elections as interpreted by their interpretation of the election law with respect to the governor's order as well that require us to accept electronic signatures from the Department of Motor Vehicles and no other agency differs from the stated your stated position of the Attorney General. And right. And so even with that, my understanding of the Attorney General's assertion is that you would still have to print it out and sign it, and we would have to accept both. Be that as it may, we are working very closely with the Mayor's administration to have as much of an online voter registration process as we can with respect to the local law 29 agencies, and as well as expanding that to the general public. But that would, until someone higher than me says you can accept an electronic-only signature and not a wet signature, that's as far as we can go.
And that someone higher is your commissioners, or
no? We believe that that's the state board or the state legislature.
And then just to, if we can move quickly and then get to the other two folks on the stack, hiring enough people to do the voter registration data entry, verify it. Do you have a plan for that?
We always bring on temporary employees, seasonal employees, each July to staff up for the elections. We started that a little bit earlier this year because of the number of election events. However, in 2012, I believe it was 2012, I wasn't here, we had to bring in outside data entry folks to deal with...
Have you budgeted for that crux
Yes.
of okay, and
Yes.
then have you budgeted for data entry checkers, people who check the entry to make sure that we are bulletproof and that we have everyone's name in correctly, no typos, no swapping first name
Right.
and last name?
There is a bipartisan double check that happens with every voter registration that goes into the system, but I will tell you, to the extent that we get voter registrations very close to the deadline for a presidential election, there's always going to be a tension between accuracy and getting the folks into the system. So
that's what budget is
Right.
for. That is what the executive budget process is. If we know something's going to happen and that something is going to be tough, that is why we allocate additional resources so that there is no crunch. We have enough staff to handle it. So along those same lines, will we have enough ballots, and are you exploring on-demand printing so that we can print them if we need to, but making sure as hell that we do not run out of ballots or affidavit ballots at the poll sites like we did in the primary?
I'm not aware of any instances where affidavit ballots that were ran out.
Well, there were instances where we received calls.
Please,
Right.
microphone and state your name for the record.
Dawn Sandow, Deputy Executive Director. Although we did order above and beyond with the affidavit ballots, knowing that historically we do get people that are registered in other parties, there were instances where a lot of the poll workers could not find the affidavits in the supply carts. Our election teams did go out, did check the supply carts, did pull them out. They were found, so it wasn't that we ran out of them. There were instances, though, where we did run out of Election Day ballots. However, we have the system ballot on demand in every borough. So once we received the call that they were running low, there were ballots printed on the ballot on demand system and sent immediately to the poll sites with our election teams.
And enough information clerks. Will we have enough information clerks to get people right in to the right table, get people checked in?
Certainly, we have budgeted for enough information clerks, and if the information clerks that we train show up on Election Day, we will have enough.
And then the last piece was just giving the workers a tool like voter search or the state database, or perhaps one day the city database if you
Right.
enact the legislation that we've passed,
Right.
so that people can say, you know what, you're not on the book, this is why, you're inactive, your affidavit will definitely count, you're purged, this is why, you're going to have to challenge the 20 days as Councilmember Lander put in, and you won't even get the letter in time, and this is what you need to do.
We have done a few things in that regard. One, we have worked with some good government groups to reorganize the Street Finder, which we're obviously trying to move away from so that it's organized according to odd and even on the, on the numbers on the block, so it's a little bit more user-friendly. However, with respect to our tablet program, we have, the plan is to have the entire database on the tablet on Election Day, not only as a hard file, but also as a link to our active system in real time. The link would be the primary way that we would want it to be used. However, putting the full file on each tablet would be there as a backup. So those plans are already in the works to make sure that that information is available. The other thing is, the reason we want that to be the case is we want to be ahead of the curve, and we are ahead of the curve in the event that electronic poll books ever become a reality.
And I think I just found the article from the Daily News from our good friend Celeste Katz, who indicated that you actually make $40,000 more than anyone sitting here. And I think along those lines, just making sure that we're getting our money's worth and we get an election that works without complaints. I'll pass it over to our chair for second round for Lander and Miller.
Councilmember Lander, followed by Councilmember Miller.
Thank you. And I'll just urge on this last, I wasn't going to ask a question about this, but I do think notices at the desk, letting voters know that they can, maybe even use a QR code and let people use their phones to figure out, to bypass the info table, would be very helpful. There's no reason for people to stand there waiting for your staff to use the Street Finder when they can go online themselves on their own phones and figure out where they need to go. So I would urge you to do better at communicating that at the information table and use a little QR code that people can click the link of.
So we already have the pollsitelocator.com so that that people can look it up. But what we also are in the process of developing, it wasn't a QR code for this purpose. It was deemed that the barcode would work better. But when we send out our voter information notices, and this is a mock-up, the voter card will now have a barcode on it, and the plan is to integrate that into the system so that people can scan themselves in.
And the only thing I'm suggesting to add in, because I refer a lot of people to this, and when I'm there, I'm like, don't wait in line at the info table, but I think if you would just at the info table have a prominently displayed sign, because if they brought their card, they know where to go. If they didn't bring their card, if you could have a sign at the info table that says, you're welcome to wait online at the info table, or you can get the information here yourself.
Right.
Anyway, I don't want to use all my time on this.
That's actually a good suggestion. What he's saying is to display the poster that we put up at the info table so that when people are there, they can see it more prominently. That makes sense.
Just to follow up, because if you come with your card, you already know where you're going, because it says it on your card.
Correct.
Just so that everyone is clear, we do have a poster in all the poll sites. I'm not sure. I mean, it's very hard to know where they put them up with the Q&R code. And on all our legal ads, which we went above and beyond this year, we put the Q&R code on the legal ads as well.
All good. I'm just suggesting to have the poster at the info table, and then people don't have to wait in line if they see it. So,
when the voter receives this card this year, it's going to be a little bit different. It'll be a plastic card. If they come with that card and they go, of course, they'll have the information there, but they can also, if they're in the wrong poll site, they can scan that now over the tablet.
Right.
And it'll give them step directions to the poll site that they need to be.
But if they bring the card, then they have their AD
Sometimes
and
they
ED right in their hands. So
sometimes they do go to, we do have polling places where there were issues where we have them, there's two streets, but yet the building is connected and they're in two different places. So sometimes there is an issue like that where they will walk in and they need to go around the corner to the other poll site. There's one in the Bronx, I think the Hebrew Home, where there's two different sites.
Madam Chair, can I have some leeway to ask my other questions? First, I may have misunderstood or misheard what you said earlier, but did you say that the board can't recruit poll site workers on its own?
No. What I'm saying is we need help in recruiting poll workers. We make efforts, and despite the efforts that we've made to this point, and we're going to be doing a media blitz, we just need assistance and getting the word out that, hey, it'd be a nice way to serve your community to work with the poll sites. I don't miss an opportunity to try to solicit assistance in that regard.
It's not an issue of authority. It's that it's hard to get enough poll workers to come
that
to
was the clarification.
Okay,
that's correct, Councilman.
All right. On the accessible sites, have you given the council a list, especially of public schools, where you are having trouble, where you believe that accessibility is the barrier to it being a site?
Separately, no, but I can
So can I request that you do that?
Sure.
Because we are often in the schools in our districts, the elected officials who get capital improvements made to our schools of this kind. Unfortunately, it'd be great if the bathrooms could always get repaired by the SCA or the Department of Education, but that's what we wind up using our discretionary capital and member item funds for. And in those cases where it's the push-button door opener, that's exactly the kind of thing that council capital can often get done faster than any other way. So if you guys could provide the council with a list of the schools especially, I mean other sites as well, but we can't do that in a church or a synagogue.
Thank you for that offer.
We might be able to work with you to achieve greater accessibility. Thank you. And then my last question does go to the $20 million and a reform that we've been seeking for quite some time. As you know, in that is the item that was number one in the Department of Investigation report that Chair Kallos and I asked the new commissioners and they all said they would support it, which was that all hiring be done through public job postings and not through patronage or other hiring means. It sounds to me like some jobs are posted, but there are still many jobs which are not posted. And I know that you said before you're not going to give an answer today because the commissioners have to answer it, but I'm just going to make a very strong appeal to you that you take to your commissioners the strong sentiment from this council that jobs should be posted online, should be hired by merit, should not be based on patronage. That's why I supported that additional money, and I hope that you will come back to us with good news on that front.
Well, and as I will reiterate again, the hiring rests with the authority of the commissioners under 3-300 of the election law, and I have committed to Chair Kallos on other occasions, I'll commit to you, I will bring that message back to the commissioners again, and it will be their collective wisdom as to what they do with that information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Lander. Councilmember Miller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me just stay on the poll worker thing for a moment there. And on the poll workers, what is you mentioned a couple of times about, in fact, you said if they show up and those who were trained and so forth. What is your contingency for poll workers that don't show up?
Standby.
We always have a standby pool, and it's been the experience since I've been here almost 3 years now. Approximately 20% of the trained poll workers don't show up on Election Day. The problem is when they don't show up, if there's a shortfall, we find that out between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning. So you're dangerously close then to poll sites maybe not opening up on time or not being adequately staffed at the 6 o'clock bell when it rings. And we've already moved backwards by a half hour the time that the poll workers are required to report from 5:30 to 5 a.m. So we've extended their day and haven't raised their pay, and we're under the gun, at the last minute trying to scramble to get the standby pools properly deployed, throughout the various sites.
Do you find that you had enough, sufficient amount of bodies for the standby? I had one poll site that had 18 people missing. They sent them one worker at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
No, we are exhausting the standby pool every election. So we're getting less, people wanting to participate, and then the people that get trained, we get a 20% drop-off, and then our standby pool is not sufficient. And that's why recruitment is a really big deal.
Thank you. Again, in the interest of time here. So with the ADA compliance, is there, and you also mentioned earlier about coordination with local leaders and so forth about how it gets done. So here's a scenario where I had a public school that was deemed to be not compliant. And so it was moved to another school which was not ADA compliant, but they put, as Councilmember Gibson mentioned earlier, the ramp contraption in there, in which we had 2 accidents on the same day at that particular one and one on another one, so we had 3 in the district. So my question is, do you actually coordinate with locals so that you know that you are closing a polling site in one portion of the district and you are putting it in another portion of the polling site within a mile or 2, but right next door to an existing polling site? So therefore duplicating services but removing services from another end, keeping in mind that the majority of the voters are over age 60.
The movement of poll sites is handled at the borough office level and ultimately approved by the commissioners. Now, if a poll site is going to be moved, there is direction to reach out to the local elected officials, and I can tell you that I know we need to do a better job at that. There's no question about that. And in that spirit, I certainly extend, my time to anyone to come out to your district, to take a look at the poll sites that are there, in advance of election events, and do what we can to make sure that we're servicing the voters of the community as well as we possibly can. For example, and I know time is up, but there was a council member that had an issue because they had a particularly hilly district in Queens, and we moved the poll site. On the map, it seemed to like it made sense, but when it turned out that there was a housing community for the aged far away, it didn't make sense. So those are the kinds of things that really get granular, but we're happy to do what we can.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, council member.
Just want to thank you, Executive Director, and thank you for coming before our body. We look forward to seeing you again with commissioners and staff. I want to just thank everyone. If you have additional questions that you did not get to ask because of our quick timeline, please forward them on to our committee counsel, Smita Deshmukh, and we're happy to pass them along.
Or better yet, you can come and testify yourselves also on May 24th at 3 p.m. in this room for this or any other public part of the hearings. Thank you very much, council member. Thank you for coming to testify. We will take a 2-minute break while we change documents so that we can start CFB.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
We will now resume the City Council's hearing on the Mayor's Executive Budget for fiscal 2017. The Finance Committee is joined by the Committee on Governmental Operations, chaired by Councilmember Kallos. We just heard from the Board of Elections, and now we will hear from Amy Lopez, Executive Director of the Campaign Finance Board. In the interest of time, I will forego making an opening statement. But before we hear testimony, I will open the mic to my co-chair, Councilmember Kallos.
Thank you, Co-Chair Julissa Ferreras. I will make much shorter remarks than normal. I'd like to welcome the Campaign Finance Board. They operate with the model campaign finance system in the country. The board's proposed fiscal 2017 expense budget totals $16.1 million, including $9.4 million for personal services, funding to support 91 full-time positions, and $1 million for campaign matching funds. And if the committee council could swear in our Campaign Finance Board.
Do you affirm?
And you will have 5 minutes to testify.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I do so. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Kallos and Chair Ferreras Copeland and committee members. I'm Amy Lopez, Executive Director of the New York City Campaign Finance Board. I'm joined today by Eric Friedman, Assistant Executive Director for Public Affairs, and Kitty Chan, our Chief of Staff. I want to thank the Council for your support of the Campaign Finance Program and the opportunity to testify today. While most of the political world is focused on the presidential election, the CFB is starting to ramp up for the 2017 municipal election. Next year's full citywide election will be the 8th conducted under the city's public matching funds program. Our budget for fiscal year 2017 reflects our commitment to provide candidates a better experience when they run for city office and to provide New Yorkers with better tools to help them cast an informed vote. CFB staff is engaged in an across-the-board effort to improve the technology we make available for use by candidates, voters, and the general public. Our system staff is working on upgrades to C-Smart, which, as you know, is the platform candidates use to organize their financial data and provide disclosure to the CFB. The upgrades will provide an improved user experience, an upgraded back-end to speed transaction time, and a more seamless interface for candidates to provide their information for the CFB's voter guide. We are continuing development on our NYC Votes Contribute platform for online credit card fundraising, which connects to C-Smart and is available to all city candidates. To date, 29 candidates have started accounts, and they've raised more than $17,000 through the platform. We are enhancing disclosure software for independent spenders, and later this year we will unveil improved disclosure resources for the CFB website, including a new searchable database and, in future phases, enhanced candidate profile pages. This multi-year initiative to improve our technology and prepare for the 2017 election is proceeding as we work on completing enforcement for the 2013 election cycle. We are meeting the deadline set by the Act to complete the post-election audits and matching the pace we set following the 2009 elections. Our review of the audits shows that the majority of candidates are successfully navigating our system and their campaigns have been in substantial compliance with the Act and rules. To date, 60% of the audits that have gone before the board contain no penalties, and more than 70% of all candidates finish with penalties of $1,000 or less. Our staff has expanded our work informing and engaging voters. For this year, we partnered with MapLight, a nonpartisan research organization, on Voter's Edge, a co-branded voter guide featuring candidates in the presidential primary. We will continue this partnership to provide information for state and federal offices that are not currently covered by the print guide. As you know, we have also had an incredibly successful student voter registration day in March. In partnership with the Council, the Department of Education, and the New York City Immigration Coalition, we registered 8,500 students in high schools across the city. And finally, we just celebrated Voter Day in Albany on May 3rd. We collected 6,500 petition signatures in support of the Vote Better New York reform campaign and brought nearly 200 citizens volunteers from New York City and around the state to meet with 74 legislatures to advocate for election laws that better serve voters. The board's fiscal year 2017 budget is $16.2 million and is attached to my testimony. This budget was submitted pursuant to the charter to the mayor on March 10th and was included in his executive budget. The increased personal services budget reflects increased staff salaries as a result of union contract settlements, as well as additional staff needed for the election year. Additionally, we are making new hires as we increase staff in preparation for the election year. We are hiring a new audit team, which will improve one of the agency's core functions. We are also hiring 6 additional seasonal employees for the election year to assist with technology improvements and help with the production of our voter guide. Some funds will go to hiring computer consultants on a number of projects, including development of the next phase of the NYC Votes Contribute tool and building our capacity for candidate services to conduct video trainings. Furthermore, our budget request accounts for expected overtime for employees during the election year. Our budget request for the voter guide reflects that we are starting work this year on design enhancements to ensure that the 2017 voter guide contains even more relevant information presented in the clearest, most compelling format. The guide is an important resource for millions of New Yorkers, and we are committed to ensuring it best serves the needs of all voters so that they can cast an informed ballot. Another point of consideration is legislation pending before City Council in Intro 988. That would allow voters to opt out of receiving the print voter guide if they prefer to receive their guides electronically. While this is not reflected in this budget submission, if this bill should be enacted, we will need to make an initial investment of resources to create the system that allows voters to opt out of the mailing. As we look forward to the 2017 elections, both the board and the CFB staff will continue working to ensure that we can help more candidates run for city office and give more New Yorkers the opportunity to make their voices heard. The City Council's long-standing commitment to the campaign finance program has helped it grow into a national model for how public matching funds programs can counteract the influence of big money and empower more everyday people in the political process. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for testifying, and thank you for keeping your statements succinct so we can ask questions. In the expense budget, you have total 16.1. How much of the funding is dedicated to voter engagement, education, and registration?
Well, we don't separate out our budget based on that, but we do have, for a rough estimate, I can tell you that the head count of the voter assistance unit is 5 employees out of the total 103 employees on staff.
Okay.
We also, obviously, there's the separate amount for the voter guide, which is now budgeted for about $1 million, $768,000. Also, we have, NYC Votes, which is part of our branding campaign for our voter engagement efforts, not really a separate entity. It also has other staff members help with that. So our communication staff, our press staff, our administrative services staff help with all of those projects
now,
as
since
needed.
you have such a special relationship with voters, because you really give them the information as to who's running for office, did you encounter anyone reaching out to you during this last issue in Brooklyn?
Yes, I mean, we have, we engage on social media, so through Twitter on Election Day. We also have a Facebook post that's collecting information from voters who are telling their story on Facebook about their experiences during the presidential primary. In addition, on Tuesday, we will have our Voter Assistance Advisory Committee will hold its meeting, which is to talk about its annual report, which we published at the end of April, but also we are encouraging voters to come and share their experiences at that meeting on Tuesday at our offices, 100 Church, 12th floor, at 5:30 p.m.
5:30 p.m. Good. That was a great plug. I hope people are watching. Now, I got to say, we're very excited about the success of the high school program. Registering 8,500 voters is amazing. I know that you do every effort to get applications to the Board of Elections and make sure that that process is done. Now, do you follow the same cohort and see if they actually voted in the primary?
We do a couple of things. So we check the voter rolls to make sure that people that the registrations we've done are being registered. We check to see if they're voting. We also do some get out the vote activities around people that we register and in a sampling, a broader range, basically sending postcards or doing phone calls of people that we've registered, encouraging them to go out to vote before the election.
There's one thing I would add to that.
Can you just state your name for the record?
I'm Eric Friedman. I'm Assistant Executive.
Is your mic on, Eric?
Sorry. I'm Eric Friedman. I'm Assistant Executive Director for Public Affairs. So, specific to this year's student voter registration effort, we separated out the registration forms from students who would be eligible to vote in April and got those to the Board of Elections to ensure we got them to the Board of Elections ahead of the deadline. And as Amy mentioned, we did specific outreach to those students to remind them of the date and remind them where to vote. As a new voter history file is generated at BOE, we will take that and kind of look back and see how many of those the students actually made it out to vote.
Is there any component, and I gotta look back, I don't remember, probably, I don't think so for this initiative, but is there any engagement of like telling young people, well, now you're registered, go register your mother, your brother, your sister, kind of?
I mean, we do a whole, the Student Voter Registration Day is a whole panoply of the importance of voting and getting people to register to vote. Obviously, we try to be sensitive to, the various populations in the school to ensure that we don't exclude anyone who maybe possibly is not eligible to register to vote. So
Right.
we have to have a careful balance.
Right. We have this interesting space where we do have a population, especially when it comes to the immigrant population, that have naturalized but have not registered. And it's a growing number. We've been very focused on naturalizing people, but getting them to the registration. I think it's a population that can often be tapped to through the students in those. But I understand the sensitivity.
Well,
but
one of the projects that our voter assistance unit does on a regular basis is attend those naturalization ceremonies and encourage people to vote, to register right after they become naturalized citizens.
Great. Now, before I give it over to my co-chair, I wanted to talk specifically about this new challenge. It's a new old challenge about getting more women into elected office. What do you see CFB's role in motivating or figuring out? Because I know that the whole process of matching funds is to get more of the regular, everyday New Yorker to participate as candidates. What we have seen is that less and less women are getting elected to this body. So what are your thoughts on how we can improve that?
Well, one of the things that we do is that we provide our information to everyone, and
Right.
really, as a government agency, it's hard. We operate in a delicate balance in encouraging any particular person or group of people to run, but we definitely do a lot of outreach with community organizations that ask for our staff to come and speak to them, to let them know that the program exists, that its resources are available to people who otherwise would not be eligible to run for office. Of course, the matching funds program engages the citizens, not people running for office, but engages the citizenry across the board in becoming part of the political process by being small donors, because their small $5 contribution is matched at a 6-to-1 rate.
Right. I feel like maybe we need to look on a national scale, but something's happening, and I'm speaking as, one of 14 women elected in a body of 51. Something is happening, and I don't know that in the next election cycle, I don't know if our numbers will improve. So as we do outreach, I wonder if there's more opportunities to engage. There's this.
Let's work together and see if there are organizations that perhaps we are not going out to speak with that would be the type of organization that would encourage the involvement that you're looking for.
Great. Thank you very much. Chair Kallos.
The 2013 campaigns, many council members, including myself, are still being audited. How long does it typically take for CFB to complete a campaign audit? When will the audits for 2013 local elections finally be completed? How much does the CFB spend on auditing? How much does CFB earn from audits? How much does the CFB get back from campaigns that raise over the spending limit? And will CFB update its budget to reflect revenue from fines and campaigns that raise over the spending limit? Currently, you do not list any revenue.
Okay, then there's a lot of questions there, so maybe I can take them one at a time, and if I leave one out,
I'll be
let me
sure
know.
to follow up.
Okay. So, we, as you know, the law has deadlines for completing the audits, and we have always met those deadlines. We are completing the audits we're set to complete them at the same pace that we did the 2009 elections. Again, there are many variables that go into the length of time that it takes to complete any one particular audit, including the size of the campaign's need for extensions, a lot of different variables. So it's hard to say exactly how long it takes to complete any one audit because there are a lot of different variables that go into that.
How many audits are still outstanding?
We have completed about 2/3 of the audits, so if I can do the math in my head, we've done 70% have come through the enforcement process. There's 222 audits to be done, 158 have been done, so you're better at doing math in your head than I am. So it's about 70, is that right? Yeah, about 70 more.
And so how much does it cost to do the audit? How much are you spending on auditing?
Well, as I said in answer to the voter question, it's, we don't divide up our budget into, how much, because we have the staff, we have OTPS, but...
You have designated people.
Yeah, so we do. So the enforcement process, there's about 35, or roughly 1/3 of the agency staff work on the campaign auditing.
And honestly, along those lines, it would be amazing if your candidate services unit and your auditors actually work together. I know at least 3 instances where I went to the candidate services unit, said I have a question about these things, and then the next day the auditors were like, we're upset about these things, and if only people communicated and the candidate services unit and the auditors were speaking about the same issues and gave the same answers to every question, that might actually smooth out the process in the audit. Is that something that could happen?
We do attempt, we do talk and we do work together. Obviously audit, under the generally accepted government auditing standards that govern our audits, there are certain independence requirements, but of course in giving guidance to candidates, we try always to give uniform guidance that is supported from the candidate services through audit.
And so you'll send us the budget line for how much you spend for the auditing for those positions, and then how much are you earning from the audits between fines and amounts that are returned over the spending limit? And I would probably split out and say if somebody raised over the spending limit just to cover the audit fees and you were going to get it back anyway, that probably shouldn't count as a net gain because you would have gotten it anyway.
Okay, so it's not very much money that is returned. So we, over the last 4 quarters, have returned to the general fund $85,000 that are paid in penalties to the CFB. We also returned almost $5 million to the general fund in returned public funds and funds that were leftover money that we didn't use for special elections, so that was budgeted. So
can that be reflected in your revenues, which is a missing line from the budget?
Well, we're not a revenue-producing agency, but that is the number. Generally, we put in a small projected revenue to OMB, which we estimate about $2,000. We can increase that. It's very hard to predict because in some years no audits are done and there are no revenues, and some years there are more. I don't think that's a...
Okay. The next question is one best suited for Art Chang, but I'll ask it, which is the Campaign Finance Board program is a model for the nation as it's its software. Since the C-Smart campaign software and NYC votes were paid for with taxpayer dollars, does the CFB have a plan to release the source code with a free and open source license so that jurisdictions throughout the country can use our technology infrastructure to bring the same transparency and accountability to voters everywhere? And has the CFB considered the cost savings generated from additional features that may be added to C-Smart and NYC votes at no cost to the CFB as part of the free and open source requirement to share code for new features that are being used?
As you know, open source has, a lot of benefits, some of the ones you just pointed out. Of course, to fully reap those benefits, it requires an investment of resources to maintain a good open source database and reap in those benefits. Right now, our system staff is, as the election is approaching, we're focused on providing our candidates with the best possible software that can be provided. But as you know, that said, of course, we continue to try and achieve an open source. We also have always shared our knowledge with other jurisdictions when they've come to ask us. For example, the state BOE came and talked to our staff when they were in the process of designing their new software.
Why not just give them the same thing instead of having everyone just file twice? We could actually have one system that everyone uses, especially as the state hopefully will one day pass campaign finance.
Because there are items in our software that obviously don't apply to state candidates, like the claim for matching funds. There's some additional disclosure requirements under our law that are not applicable to the state law, and the state is producing that software for all jurisdictions across the entire state.
The Charter Chapter 46, Section 1054B1, the Voter Assistance Advisory Committee, says, quote, encourage and facilitate voter registration and voting by all residents of New York City who are eligible to vote and recommend methods to increase the rate of registration and voting by such residents, end of quote. Does the CFB have existing resources or could it budget for resources needed to support the expansion of mock voting in schools for all grades from my district to citywide? Imagine a city where every graduating senior was not only registered but had been voting on a paper ballot since they started more than a decade. Imagine if voting was a habit.
I mean, I absolutely agree with you that one of the most effective things that we can do to encourage participation is to start good voting habits and, within students before they're even eligible to vote. I mean, I think this is a great idea. As you know, we built a very successful pilot program with Student Voter Registration Day, and we're happy to work with you in developing a plan to do a mock voting pilot program.
Would love
the
to have
budget,
it
the
ready
current
for
budget does not reflect the funding for that, and so we'd have to think about, how much it would cost and work with you on what that kind of funding would look like. There is one high school in Queens, I think there was an article in the New Yorker, Townsend Harris did a whole year-long presidential mock voting program, and so, that's something to look at.
You had to cite one of my high school's rivals, so I went to Bronx Science. It's okay. But if you can look at the budget and figure out what that looks like of rolling out a similar pilot for my district citywide so we can really do it, and as the presidential election is exciting and so many kids would love to be able to participate, a mock vote would be an opportunity. Along those lines, and to follow along what my co-chair, Julissa Ferris, brought up, is trying to expand the number of people engaged in the voting process. It's funny to learn this, but according to Eric Plutzer at Pennsylvania State University, as reported in U.S. News, the single most important factor in whether young people vote in their first or second eligible election is whether their parents vote. And so back in 2013, as a candidate, I launched votewithkids.org, and at that time, partnership was not available, but I'd be happy to hand over or pass over or work in partnership on getting all the children to bring their parents out to vote and get parents to bring their kids out, and then to vote with the hashtag #VoteWithKids or Instagram it, and really just build a social media campaign so that voting with kids is more than just something you see elected officials doing, but everyone doing, and it turns out that will be a huge impact on voting. I mean, I'll tell you, that we print and the Board of Elections distributes the I voted stickers, and, one of the things that happens on every election day is people to send their voting selfies, both to us and to all, a lot of media outlets across the city. And it's always very, very exciting to see the number of children wearing those stickers and voting with their parents. And I agree with you that is a great way to get people in the habit of knowing that voting is important, is if their parents take them out to vote. So on account of the fact that I can't take outside income because I authored that law, I'm happy to just hand over the domain and the intellectual property there and just work with you if you're interested. I think getting parents to vote with their kids could be huge. And last but not least, I ran for office in 2013, and the voter guide came out, and I was so excited, and I got it in the mail, and then most people couldn't tell who was running in the district. You segmented the mailer. In Manhattan, you had 1 through 8, and then the other districts in Manhattan. And so what ends up happening is all the people in the district, if they read the voter guide, end up looking at it and like, I don't know what district. Most people don't know what district they are, and most people have to ask me, and then I have to ask them, what side of the street do you live on? And even then, sometimes I might get it wrong. Can we please include in the budget what is necessary to have 51 voter guides so that each and every council district is targeted with a specific mailer where we're not printing out a voter guide for 8 districts, but actually just 1 district. It's the same information. It may be additional layout, but it will save you in terms of printing costs. It will save trees, and it will also help educate voters so that they're not sitting there trying to figure out what district they're in and how to even use the voter guide to begin with.
So 2 things about that. I mean, that's a great, one of the things that I testified today about is that in our budget for this year, we have included information, money to plan and look at the way the voter guide is laid out and designed in order to make sure that it best serves all the voters across the city. And I, again, will point out that on the address label for the voter guides, it does indeed tell you your district to guide people into knowing which part of the voter guide applies to them.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from Councilmember Mario.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome. I just, one concern I still have with our Sandy affected areas and going through the process, a lot of my constituents are now relocating because their homes are now being elevated and rebuilt. So while they may have been in the area, they're going to start to probably have temporary addresses and temporary homes, obviously. So one, just putting that on your radar, just to make sure that we're attempting and trying to find out, where they're going to be. And I'm not so sure that the mail is going, if it's not forwarded or whatnot. And I'm not asking for the answer today, but with the progress that's starting and the rebuilding, more and more of my constituents, especially my district, are having temporary housing.
I mean, thank you for alerting to us to that issue, because that is we did a study a few years ago about who votes, and one of the really most kind of low reason people don't vote is because they've moved or because don't know where they're supposed to vote now that they're in a different location, or they're so it's maybe a good point for education in particular in that area.
And their poll sites are going to change.
Yes.
Some may go to the old poll sites because maybe they register or change their registration. It become very confusing. So, all of us here, and I'd love to assist in any way I can, and we can meet offline, but I just want to make sure that that's on the radar. We want to give everybody, make sure that we know where they are and that they know they should be contacting us, or if they have to re-register their address, if they're going to be there for longer than they thought.
Yeah.
So we just keep this on the radar and look at
Yeah.
things.
I mean, one thing you may not realize is that on the election, right after Hurricane Sandy, our staff worked with the Board of Election staff to try and go out to poll sites,
I
election
remember
day,
personally.
all over the city to try and make sure that people knew where their new poll site was, or the temporary one because of the destruction.
Yep, thank you. I appreciate the efforts.
Thank you, Councilmember Mario. Thank you very much for testifying. We may have additional questions from the committees. If you can get them back to us, because we're going to be using some questions that we'll get to you to negotiate on the budget.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in today. We're going to take a 3-minute break while we change our documents, and next we will hear from the Law Department.
No, we finished late. Why is the law department not here? Sure. I'm very happy. We delivered it.
We will now resume the City Council's hearing on the Mayor's Executive Budget for fiscal 2017. The Finance Committee is joined by the Committee on Governmental Operations, chaired by Councilmember Ben Kallos. We just heard from the Campaign Finance Board, and now we will hear testimony from the Corporation Counsel's Office. In the interest of time, I will forego an opening statement, but before we hear testimony, I will open the mic to my co-chair, Councilmember Kallos.
Thank you to our co-chair, Julissa Ferreras, on this long hearing, which will only continue to be longer. I'm going to omit large portions of my opening statement, but I did want to note that I did want to start by thanking the Law Department for readjusting the judgment and claims budget and creating real savings for fiscal year 2017. We've been discussing reducing the judgment and claims payouts over the course of my 2.5 years as committee chair, and I'm pleased with the results we see reflected in the budget. During today's hearing, we'll also discuss the department's expansion of vertical case handling pilot currently operating in the Bronx, preparations for upcoming legal defenses, and the department's initiative to restructure juvenile justice in their family court division. I will pass it over to Rebecca Chasen to read the oath, administer the oath.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Ferreras Copeland, Chair Kallos, and distinguished members of the Finance and Government Operations Committees. My name is Georgia Pastana, and I am the First Assistant Corporation Counsel. Zachary W. Carter, the Corporation Counsel, asked me to extend his regrets that a long-standing out-of-state commitment prevents him from appearing before you today. My colleague, Managing Attorney Muriel Good-Trufant, and I are pleased to come before you on his behalf to discuss the Law Department's fiscal year 2017 executive budget. The Law Department consists of 16 legal and 3 support divisions. We handle an extraordinary array of cases and non-litigation matters, from tort to tax, from environmental and administrative issues to economic development and municipal financing. We also represent the city as plaintiff in a wide variety of affirmative matters. The executive budget contains approximately $12.5 million in new PS funding for FY17 and nearly $14.6 million in new OTPS funding. A significant portion of the new funding is for the tort division. The volume of litigation matters pending against the city presents a substantial challenge. The tort division alone defends more than 20,000 cases currently pending against the city, its agencies, and employees. Approximately 7,500 new tort cases are filed against the city each year, and more than 6,000 cases are resolved annually by trial, motion practice, and settlement. The proposed budget increase will fund what we refer to as the verticalization of 2 tort borough offices with the highest new case filings, the Bronx and Brooklyn. The majority of tort cases have been handled in a horizontal manner, meaning that no one attorney takes ownership over the case and that as tasks become due, someone is assigned to complete that discrete task. The Law Department has long sought to verticalize our tort practice. We use verticalization to mean that attorneys are directly assigned to develop case strategy and implement that strategy by handling all tasks and events throughout the life of the case. Verticalization not only strengthens defense, but also enables more proactive handling of litigation. With the City Council's help, in FY 2013, the Law Department verticalized state court law enforcement cases commenced in the Bronx, and later expanded to verticalize state law enforcement cases citywide in FY 2015. We believe that the 33% reduction in law enforcement-related filings in the Bronx between FY 13, when we first verticalized those cases, and FY 15 is largely attributable to the establishment of the Bronx State Law Enforcement Unit. The establishment of the Bronx State Law Enforcement Defense Unit was patterned in large part after the successful trial initiative in the Special Federal Litigation Division, the division that is responsible for handling law enforcement-related civil rights cases in federal court. Prior to the start of the Special Federal Litigation's trial initiative in September 2011, there had been a steady increase in new federal civil rights case filings. Special Federal Litigation received a staffing increase that enabled the division to be more proactive in the preparation of cases and take more cases to trial. Rather than offering modest settlements to get rid of a case, Special Federal Litigation not only took more cases to trial and won, but also got more cases dismissed by motion and more cases withdrawn by plaintiffs. Dedicated case preparation by an assigned attorney from pleadings through trial has translated into a trial success rate this calendar year of 93% in federal civil rights cases. That is 13 out of 14 verdicts in favor of the city, saving more than $16 million. Moreover, the steady increase in new civil rights filings that we had been experienced prior to 2011 has been eliminated. In order to bring this successful model to the non-law enforcement cases handled in the Bronx and Brooklyn tort offices, an increase in staffing is required. With additional staff, these offices will be restructured to accommodate the handling of cases by attorneys assigned to the cases from inception to conclusion. In addition to the increase in staffing for the tort division, we have also gotten additional funding for our legal counsel division. The Law Department has worked cooperatively with the City Council to support its energetic legislative agenda. In recognition of this increased legislative activity, 2 additional legal counsel attorney lines have been funded in the executive budget. In addition to new personnel services funding, the executive budget contains OTPS funds in support of the tort verticalization and funds for experts and other services connected with certain complex litigations. Finally, in order to increase collection revenue, more funds will be expended for services by collection agencies. I thank you for your support of the Law Department and look forward to our continued cooperative relationship. My colleague Muriel Goodtrufant and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Thank you for testifying today. The executive budget baselines $18 million in new needs to vertically handle certain civil cases, as you have mentioned. How did you estimate the cost savings, and what are your thoughts on expanding vertical cases handling to all the boroughs? Is there a plan to do so?
The cost savings was based on the average case settlement amount and how many fewer cases were brought in the Bronx as a result of the state law enforcement unit being founded in the Bronx since 2014. It started in FY13, but it started really to move between FY13 and FY15, and so the amount of savings is based on the decreased number of cases times the average settlement that we would have paid had those cases been brought.
Just repeat that, decreased number of settlement times.
We calculated what our average settlement would have been for those cases. Okay. And we multiplied it times the number of the reduction.
Okay. Reduction in cases filed, so there was
Yes,
a reduction.
the reduction of cases filed. Okay, great. And is there a plan to do this beyond the Bronx?
Our hope is to expand beyond Brooklyn and the Bronx, but we are starting with Brooklyn and the Bronx.
Do we have capacity to expand, or what do you envision needing to do that expansion into the rest of the boroughs?
If we were to expand into Queens, Staten Island, Manhattan, we would require more space and more personnel.
So spacing and staff?
Yes.
Okay. The preliminary plan includes baseline funding for $730,000 for 12 new positions to carry out restructuring of the Family Courts Division Juvenile Delinquency Unit. Can you please provide an update on this restructuring and the Law Department's effort to divert youth away from the criminal justice system?
We have been in the process of hiring new investigators. Those investigators would form a new witness location and engagement team in the Bronx. And the reason for establishing this team was that many victims and witnesses had been reluctant to cooperate in family court cases. We have been staffing up since This money was originally granted in the preliminary budget. It's not fully operational yet, but our hope is that we'll be able to increase both victim and witness engagement as a result.
The BOE is an independent agency, however, the city is responsible for funding them. Is the law department responsible for defending them if they're used?
The Board of Elections?
Yes.
The law department is responsible generally for representing all of the agencies. We evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of every case against every city entity when it comes in and determine whether there are any conflicts. We don't make representation decisions in a vacuum.
Okay, so after the Attorney General finishes their investigation, that is when you would make the decision. Well, you have to defend the agency regardless.
Well, it depends on what the case is when it comes in.
But you would make the decision on whether you would be their legal team as part of anything that may be brought up, if anything is brought up after this investigation.
We would evaluate it when it came in and make a decision at that point in time.
The judgments and claims budget is projected to decrease by over $400 million over the next 5 years. However, a jury ruled that the city must pay roughly $140 million for firefighters who tragically died in a Bronx fire in 2005. Does the judgments and claims reduction account for this payout? And if not, what is the city's position on the jury's decision? Do you plan to appeal?
The judgment and claims budget, I believe, would include an amount for that case. It is one of the cases that we disclose regularly to OMB. The law department does not determine the amount of the judgment and claims budget, but we do supply regular information to the Office of Management and Budget, and information about that particular case has been included.
It just seems that the 140 is almost half of your claims in the budget, so I just wanted to make sure that that is included into your $400 million that you're budgeting for.
The law department does not determine a judgment and claims budget. However, we have disclosed that case to OMB, and so we believe it is included in their projections.
Okay. And how does OMB, or at what point does OMB engage with your agency to get to this 400 number? Is there a formula, or how does this work?
We do not know.
You do not know? That's awesome.
Well, I don't know how they get to that number. We do regularly supply them with information.
Right, the 400 million is a decrease. So, okay, we'll follow up with our hearing with Director Houlihan. Now we will give it over to our co-chair, Kallos.
Thank you, Co-Chair Ferreras. Whether it's quality of life violations or finally getting to the bottom of how we set the judgment and claims number, I am happier with the number, but that being said, I think both of us would like to see transparency so that both Law Department and Office of Management and Budget can actually articulate specifically how we arrive at the number we do. So I just want to start off with an important question. The Law Department has contracted with the law firms of Debevoise and Plimpton, as well as Carter, Ledyard, Milburn, to represent the city and assist in document collection and review in cooperation with law enforcement investigation of the mayor. How much were these retainers? How much will these representations cost the taxpayers? And how did the Law Department select these firms?
The law department is in the process of retaining the two firms to represent the city in ongoing investigations. By cooperating with the investigations and producing requested records as quickly as they ask for them, we're hoping to reduce the ultimate cost and the length of these investigations, but because we don't know what the full scope of the investigations are, we don't know how long they will take, and therefore can't really assess at this point what the ultimate cost will be, and we are still negotiating rates, so there is no contract yet.
So why isn't the Law Department just representing the city as it does in other situations? Why do we need a special two law firms instead of just the corporate law firm, the law department?
The law department has many talented attorneys who practice in many areas, as I mentioned in my testimony, but it's not unusual for us to retain outside counsel to represent the city in matters where we don't have particular expertise. We retain counsel for securities litigation, for ERISA litigation, to represent us at the Public Utilities Commission. So when we don't have expertise, we go outside.
So this is for which specific investigations that these two firms are being considered?
There are state and federal investigations that are ongoing, and it's for those.
Of which agencies within the administration or which offices within the administration?
There's an ongoing investigation, and it's not appropriate for me to be particular about what's going on.
And so we don't know at this point, as we're doing the executive budget, whether it's going to cost us tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. Do we know how much we're going to be paying out in attorney's fees?
We have not arrived at that number yet. We won't know until the investigations are over how much work is.
So we have a budget. In order for you to spend money on the attorneys, we have to set money aside into the budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So how much are you planning to set aside for this external representation of the current, I believe, 5 investigations of the city?
At this time, we think that there's enough in the law department's budget to cover it, but if need be, we'll have to seek a modification. But at this point, we think there's enough.
So the taxpayers could be on the hook for millions?
We, at this point, don't know what the cost will be.
Now, in terms of being on the hook, the Board of Elections there was a back and forth and continues to be a back and forth between the city and the Board of Elections to whether or not we have full or somewhat jurisdiction over them. They're currently being sued by Election Justice USA because of issues during and immediately following the April 19th presidential primary. Is the law department responsible for defending the Board of Elections?
I'm not familiar with that case. The law department generally represents the Board of Elections in employment matters. I don't know that case, and we evaluate each case as it comes in for all of our agency clients to determine whether we should represent them and whether there's a conflict.
If the Board of Elections is unwilling to make the changes suggested by this body through legislation or by the mayor through an offer of $20 million, it is odd for them to be rewarded with representation by the city and the law department for actions that are not condoned by the council or the mayor. So if you can get back to us on the status of representation. With regards to judgment and claims, the amount paid by the city from lawsuits and settlements and judgments, it was on a trajectory from $717 million when I got elected to the preliminary budget projection of $850 million by 2020, despite policy changes and investments in more attorneys. For the past 2 years, I've been demanding a return on investment of our tax dollars in the law department. The executive budget reflects a planned budget savings of, I believe, hold on one moment, $430 million over the next 5 years, with a reduction of $70 million in the next fiscal year, down to $676 million, following an $18 million investment in vertical case handling, which means we're actually paying out less in judgment and claims than when I first got elected. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I know that the chair already asked a similar question, but just how are we able to do this much in terms of savings, and thank you for your partnership on it.
Muriel can address the how the calculation was made again, if you'd like.
Yeah, the how is based on our experience in both federal and state court. We have seen a decrease in new case filings in those instances in the past where we have increased staffing. The increased staffing have discouraged those who might bring non-meritorious cases or cases of low value, and the decrease in the case numbers translates into fewer settlements, which means that judgment and claims goes down.
We've been joined by Councilmember Greenfield, and I do want to apologize on behalf of the City Council. I don't think that we should be doing hearings on Friday afternoons, even in summer months when the Shabbos comes a little bit later. It's not a matter of making it into your home just in time for the Shabbos. There's a lot that goes into it, and I will be at services tonight, and to the extent the City Council can avoid Friday afternoon hearings and respect the religious practices of our members, I and David would appreciate. That being said, I'd just like to continue with some questions, and we're hoping to get this done long before the Shabbos comes. Last year, the Daily News reported that the Law Department, quote-unquote, wasted $1.2 million delivering legal papers by hand. As an attorney, I can say certain courts in New York City have e-filing and others don't. What progress has the Law Department made on implementing electronic filings? Which courts still do not have electronic filing? And what have been your barriers to electronic filing? And last but not least, what cost savings can we anticipate?
The Law Department is currently participating in mandatory electronic filing in both New York and Kings counties. Every action filed in those two counties is initiated by an electronically filed summons and complaint. The transition in Brooklyn, which was the most recent one as of March, has been smooth due to coordination between our office and the court. We have voluntarily participated in electronic filing in Richmond County, although mandatory electronic filing has not been required as of yet in Richmond County. We are hopeful that mandatory e-filing will take effect in Bronx County as of September 2016. We do not have a projected date for Queens County. However, we've been told by OCA that they expect that every county will participate in mandatory e-filing by 2017. There's not expected to be cost savings in the near term because as a practical matter, e-filing requires more work, not less. Many judges still require paper copies in addition to the electronically filed copies, so we are doing what we did prior to e-filing in addition to also doing e-filing. Perhaps at some point in the future, after e-filing has become commonplace, we will see some cost savings, but not in the near term.
Once upon a time, I was a practicing attorney in the federal courts in 2005 when we had e-filing in almost every jurisdiction of the federal courts throughout all 50 states and additional locations throughout this planet. And so if the federal court could do it in every single state, I'm sure we can do it in every single county. I look forward to working with the Law Department on this. I'd like to just wrap up my first round by just saying I believe children are not inherently bad until they grow up to be politicians. All kidding aside, I want to put the Law Department's prosecution of children in family court division out of business through diversions. As noted in the preliminary budget hearing, the number of juveniles successfully referred to a diversion program with no new delinquency referral within 1 year has tanked from 84% in fiscal year 15 to 66% for the 4-month actual in fiscal year 16 this year. How does the Law Department account for this dramatic decrease? How much needs to be invested to fix this problem?
There are actually several avenues by which youth accused of criminal offenses are diverted from the family court system and from residential placement. There's a variety of services that are offered, a lot through ACS and the Department of Probation, to provide delinquent youth with services that will prevent them from reoffending and divert them away from residential placements. Before a case is referred to the Law Department, the case is first brought to the Department of Probation by the arresting officer. Probation has an intake process, and through that process decides whether to adjust a case. Adjustment services are an early means of resolving the case outside the court system. It never makes it to family court. The victim has to consent to adjustment, and if the victim objects, then the case has to be referred to the law department. Once we get it at the law department, the assistant corporation counsel assigned conducts an investigation and decides whether to divert the case. The law department works closely with the victims of the crime and refers those in need of services to Safe Horizon. Diversion is an effort to avoid court intervention. This resolution is geared towards low-level offenses such as graffiti, marijuana, trespass, and petite larceny. The victim of the case is consulted and considered in making the decision whether to divert. Diversion programs include mediation, youth court, and anti-shoplifting programs. If the youth successfully completes the diversion program, the case is declined to prosecute and sealed. If the case is not diverted or diversion fails, the case will likely be filed in family court, so the youth will receive rehabilitative services. Even once the case is filed in family court, there's a possibility of getting adjourned in contemplation of dismissal, which means if the child stays out of trouble for 6 months, the case is sealed. In 2015, there were approximately 5,372 juvenile delinquency arrests. The Department of Probation referred approximately 42,000 cases to the law department. We filed half of those 2,351 cases, with the top categories being robbery, assault, and larceny. About 1,600 youth went to final disposition. 420 of them were ACD'd. 83 were sent to diversion. 1,058 resulted in probation. 141 resulted in conditional discharge, and only 462 resulted in residential facilities. So that's less than 11% of the cases referred to the law department are resulting in residential placement. And we'll continue to drive that down, but the cases that are actually going to trial now are the more serious cases where the victims should be heard as well.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not sure if they were acknowledged, but we've been joined by Councilmember Greenfield and Matteo. Thank you very much for coming to testify today. There'll be additional questions that the committees will get to you, if you can get them back to us expeditiously, because we'll be using them to negotiate on the budget.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming today. We're going to take a 10-minute break and resume with DCAS. We will now resume the City Council's hearing on the Mayor's Executive Budget for FY 17. The Finance Committee is joined by the Committee on Governmental Operations, chaired by Councilmember Kallos. We just heard from the Law Department, and now we will hear from the Commissioner of the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, Lisette Camilo. In the interest of time, I will forego making an opening statement, but before we hear testimony, I will open the mic to my co-chair, Councilmember Kallos. But before that, we've been joined by Councilmember Mario, Greenfield, and Miller. Councilmember Kallos.
Thank you, Co-Chair Julissa Ferreras. I'd like to open by, as we've done with another hearing, the Committee on Governmental Operations intends to do a oversight hearing just on deed restrictions. Deed restrictions, all deed restrictions, and more deed restrictions. That hearing will happen in June, where we hope to go very much in depth. This is a budget hearing, so we'll be focusing on budget implications. We will touch on budget implications of deed restrictions, but we will not go further into the if, who, what, where, and why, but more like the budget implications. DCAS is actually larger than deed restrictions. DCAS manages the city's fleet of vehicles, civil service exams, managing property, and has a executive budget of $1.17 billion, including $3.1 billion in capital, and $1.2 billion of that is energy efficiency measures. During today's hearing, we'll examine many aspects of DCAS's operations and how they impact the city's budget. Specifically, we'll be discussing the city's energy and environmental policy, provisional employees, and asset management. And thank you for joining us today, and I will pass it over to Rebecca Chason to administer the oath.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I affirm.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Ferreras Copeland, Chair Kallos, and members of the Finance and Governmental Operations Committees. I am Lisette Camilo, Commissioner of the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm joined by members of my senior staff to discuss the planned expenditures and revenues for FY 17, as well as highlights of the DCAS capital plan, all of which are aimed to help further and support the operations of city government. Now, as you know, and as you mentioned, Councilmember Kallos, DCAS ensures that city agencies have the critical resources and support needed to provide the best possible services to the public. In short, we provide a broad range of services to help agencies in their day-to-day operations, and each of our line of services is dedicated to helping support the administration's important goals of equity, growth, resiliency, and sustainability, and play a direct role in the implementation of a broad range of citywide mayoral initiatives, including leveraging the city's purchasing power to generate savings and efficiencies, reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2050 as directed by One City Built to Last, providing increased access to job and contracting opportunities to a more diverse population, and increasing traffic safety through Vision Zero. Now, during my first several months as Commissioner, I have been taking a critical look at our operations to better understand the services we provide, and we've been working with the team to examine those policies and procedures that can be enhanced so that we can achieve a greater level of support for our customers. The same philosophy is how the administration and I are approaching the deed modification process. I know you and your colleagues have a great deal of interest in discussing Rivington House and the deed modifications process at the site, and as I'm sure you understand, out of a paramount interest in preserving the integrity of investigations surrounding this specific modification, we won't be able to discuss with you today what may have gone wrong and how exactly we believe we can fix it. I'm hopeful that you too will respect the integrity of these investigations and our attempts to improve our processes and internal safeguards so that we can provide the public and the City Council with the transparency both deserve. And I fully expect, as you mentioned, that when the appropriate time comes and there is more information we can share, the City Council will hold a hearing where the administration can more fully address your concerns and questions. Before turning to our other work and the executive budget that has brought me here today, I will say that while this process is ongoing, all deed restriction applications are currently on hold, and the process by which deed restrictions are valued and restriction removals are authorized are similarly under review and subject to overhaul. In addition, as communicated by the Mayor in Executive Order 17, DCAS is making the following changes. A public notice will be published in the city record for at least 7 consecutive business days, commencing at least 30 days and no more than 40 days prior to the public hearing. Notice of the public hearing will be mailed to the community board in which the subject property is located and to the borough president and the council member who represent the area in which the subject property is located. The public hearing will be held within the community district in which the subject property is located, and a public file containing copies of the calendar document and other public documents will be made available to the community board in which the subject property is located for public review at said community board's office no later than 20 days prior to the public hearing. Now I would like to take a minute to provide the council with an update on some of the other initiatives that we're currently implementing. DCAS New York City Fleet line of service is working with the mayor's office to lead the implementation of the New York City Clean Fleet Initiative to add 2,000 electric vehicles to the city's fleet by 2025 and reduce transportation greenhouse gas emissions by 50%. In FY16 to date, DCAS has ordered 225 electric vehicles for city agencies. The fleet currently operates 388 full-use electric vehicles and will operate over 500 vehicles by the end of calendar year 16. These efforts have recently led to New York City's fleet being named Green Fleet of the Year by both National Fleet Managers Association, representing public and private fleet managers throughout North America, and by Fleet Owner Magazine, a national trucking industry magazine. The Human Capital line of service at DCAS, which administers the city's civil service system for over 220,000 city workers, is committed to enhancing and strengthening the city's workforce system by improving access to quality job opportunities for job seekers and diverse and qualified candidates for agencies. To further these goals, in the spring of FY17, DCAS will open a third civil service examination testing center in Queens. We've also finalized the lease for a Staten Island exam testing center and are working on finalizing a plan for a Bronx location. Having an exam testing center in every borough demonstrates this administration's continued commitment to equitable access to civil service for all residents across the 5 boroughs. The Office of Citywide Diversity and EEO is tasked with advancing the administration's equity agenda through diversity and inclusion initiatives that directly touch our municipal workforce. CDEEO's new computer-based training module for unconscious bias training is scheduled for rollout in the first quarter of FY17. This course will educate managers and staff on how their personal beliefs and perceptions can lead to stereotyping and biased employment practices in the workplace. During FY17, 16,000 employees are expected to participate in this training. In FY17, CDEEO also plans to develop other CBTs on topics such as transgender inclusion, disability etiquette, and sexual harassment. DCAS Office of Citywide Procurement leverages the city's purchasing power to obtain the most competitive pricing for goods and services by aggregating demand and consolidating contracts. In order to further Mayor de Blasio's One NYC goal, DCAS continues to maximize MWBE vendor participation by conducting outreach and ensuring that MWBEs are included as a normal part of the agency purchasing culture. For FY16 to date, DCAS has awarded approximately $17.5 million to MWBE vendors, and we've had a very successful procurement open house, which brought forth 178 vendors to attend the event in order to increase opportunities for vendors to do business with DCAS. In addition to being the primary unit that manages the municipal energy budget, DCAS continues to play a central role in the city's efforts to reduce energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions from municipal buildings by 35% by 2025. An example of one of the initiatives that DCAS is heading is from One City Built to Last is the installation of solar panels that will increase the use of renewable energy and reduce the use of traditional energy sources. DCAS Energy Management recently completed the installation of 5.4 megawatts of solar panels at 24 schools across the city by this past Earth Day, putting the city on a path to achieving nearly 25 megawatts of installed solar capacity by 2018. Additionally, under Local Law 24 of 2016, DCAS will now begin evaluating each agency's portfolio of public buildings and report on the solar panel of each rooftop, along with the associated energy savings and greenhouse gas emission reductions. I'd like now to turn to discuss the highlights of DCAS's expense budget, expense saving program, revenue budget, and lastly, the capital plan. DCAS expense budget reflects funding of $1.2 billion and a budgeted headcount of 2,276 in FY17. The majority of DCAS's planned FY17 expenditure, $707 million, is allocated for citywide heat, light, and power expenses. The FY17 energy budget is a collaborative effort between DCAS and OMB in forecasting agency usage as well as commodity rates in the upcoming fiscal year. Now I will highlight additional expense funds received in the FY17 budget. Purchase of electric vehicles. As I mentioned earlier in my testimony, New York City Fleet has an instrumental role in the Clean Fleet Initiative. In FY17, the budget includes an allocation of $3 million for both FY17 and 18 to purchase 100 EVs and accessories in each fiscal year. DCAS received $700,000 for 20 positions to staff the new Queens CTAC. The approved positions include staff to help administer exams, manage the IT equipment, etc.
Commissioner, I hate to cut you off, but we want to get to some questions.
Sure.
Before 5 o'clock today. So if you can just summarize the rest of your statement, we'd really
Sure.
appreciate it.
I'll do high-level summaries for each of the following sections. So we have agency efficiency initiatives. We have lease audit savings, where we pursued lease audits where we save about $1 million, making sure that we're paying for that we're getting paid that we're paying the right appropriate amount of rent in our leases. We have a biodiesel tax reimbursement calendar in the amount of $1.8 million for biodiesel fuel. And we also had a PS reduction, personnel services budget reduction of $2.5 million. As for revenues, FY17 total for DCAS is $62.4 million, typically related to commercial rent of city-owned property, projected at $42.1 million. Additionally, another source is the sale of surplus vehicles, and also the fees for civil service exams. With regard to DCAS capital budget, which totals $613 million in FY17, the majority of that budget is dedicated to facility upgrades and energy conservation initiatives. The majority, or a large portion of it, $258 million, has to do with construction for city-owned office and court buildings, regarding renovations and relocations of a number of both agency and court offices and buildings. We have another $65 million in furniture and related equipment for leased facilities for our agencies and court offices. That total $65 million. We also have an energy conservation and clean energy project category. $277.4 million in capital funding was allocated for citywide energy conservation and clean energy projects to support the mayor's One City Built to Last. And that includes upgrades, solar panel installations, and in the testimony we outline some examples of some of these initiatives. And then finally, DCAS has been funded $2.3 million for 38 solar carports in the executive budget for FY17, and this will provide additional infrastructure in support of the expansion of NYC Clean Fleet that I mentioned earlier. So I hope that this testimony has provided you with a snapshot of the work that our DCAS employees handle to help the city run its operations and further the de Blasio administration policies and initiatives. Thank you for this opportunity to testify of the DCAS's planned expenditures and revenues for FY17 as well as our capital plan. And I continue to look forward to having a productive and collaborative working relationship with the council, and I'm pleased to take any questions at this time.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner, and thank you for summarizing. I know that you can't speak to specifics of 45 Rivington. However, I do want to talk about process, and I understand that, your process may change in the future, but I'd like to have information, or for you to walk me through your process that you use for lifting deed restrictions up until now, because you've since stopped, right? You've ceased.
That is correct. So the process that has been used to lift deed restrictions was established in 1991, and that requires appraisal and public hearing, public notice, et cetera. All of that has been, as you mentioned, we've put a stop to all of the deed modifications that had been in the pike. We have put those on hold. We are reviewing all points of the process, and at all points of the process are subject to complete overhaul.
So I want to get back. You said appraisals, public hearings, public notice. How does the city typically estimate the payment of such actions, and who grants DCAS the authority to lift these type of deed restrictions?
All of the authority that is placed on DCAS with regard to property, it comes from the New York City Charter, and those valuation processes that, as I mentioned, were established many decades ago, were tied back to an appraisal process, and that's what we use to value the payments.
So Rivington the exchange was $16 million payment. Was this payment represented in the city's revenue?
As far as I mentioned before, because we want to protect the integrity of the investigation, we're not going to be able to speak to specifics on Rivington.
Right, but that was, I understand kind of moving forward, but this is the revenue plan, so is it in the revenue plan?
For this,
right.
For the future revenue?
Right. So, was the payment was already made, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So is it in revenue is what I'm trying to?
Yes.
Okay, so it is included in the revenue plan. Can you please provide the council with a list of all deed restrictions DCAS has lifted in the last 5 years with the associated payments?
Absolutely.
Excellent, thank you. Sometimes DCAS receives payment for lifting deed restrictions, and sometimes it takes no payment, but rather chooses to impose new restrictions. How does DCAS determine which one it will do, which one will impose new restrictions, and which ones will get payments?
As I mentioned before, all of the process is being reviewed, and everything used to be done on a case-by-case analysis. I can't speak to what factors played in, and as I mentioned, everything is being reviewed.
Right. No, I know moving forward we're going to take care of that, but there was no process.
Yes, there is a process.
What, can you speak to the old process or?
Right, so the
present process.
There was a process that has been established for many years and evaluated every case, uniquely. So I can't speak to what factors were considered in order to make each determination. It was handled on a case-by-case.
So were the factors made public? So for example, if you had a deed restriction, part of the public process, did they share why they chose to have a payment in lieu of or vice versa? Was that process made public or no?
I can't speak to all of the past restrictions that had been lifted. All I can say is that we followed the process that was established in '91. I'm not sure what was
So maybe when you share with us the last 5 years, we'll be able to kind of follow up with you so we can have an understanding if there's something systemic or what the justifications were. Clearly not under your tenure as commissioner. You're going to clear all this up, but at least so we can have the last 5 years of what was happening, which would include this administration and the priors.
We'll be happy to share that list with you.
Okay. Would you please share with us why DCAS decided, well, I don't want to get into those details here, because I know you're going to tell me you can't answer it, so. I wanted to pivot over to your cost savings plan specific to the budget. The executive plan projects that DCAS will generate a savings of $3.8 million in fiscal 2017 as part of the citywide savings plan. The plan says DCAS will identify personnel service savings in the amount of $2.5 million. What are the personnel service savings, and how did DCAS arrive at this estimate? And if you could just state your name for the record.
Yes, Richard Badillo, testified to say the truth. The $2.5 million.
I'm glad you're testifying to say the truth.
No, because I did not.
I was hopeful.
Before, yes. I wasn't sworn in before, so
I agree, thank you.
technicality. Anyway, the $2.5 million is an estimated savings based on the fact that we have about 150 vacancies, city-funded vacancies currently, and determining of those vacancies, how many will we delay in hiring based on a review throughout the agency of where the processes are in hiring these individuals, and where we may be able even to further delay their hires based on the reviews by the deputy commissioners for those areas where these vacancies exist, consolidate some functions where necessary, some changes in terms of schedule allocations where they're allowed, and that's pretty much it. It's all looking at a top-to-bottom approach of our vacancies and seeing where we can manage those vacancies without having an impact to the services we perform to the public and to the city agencies.
What percentage of your total staffing are these vacancies?
City-funded, I would say about 10%.
10%. And they're throughout the agency, or is there one core?
Well, asset management, obviously, it's the largest portion of this agency, so they would have the bulk of the vacancies, but they're spread across all of our divisions.
Okay. In your executive plan, there's $1 million in new needs for DCAS to support MOIA, or the Office of Immigrant Affairs, and it's related work to the Deferred Action Plan should the United States Supreme Court rule in the favor of Obama's administration. What exactly will DCAS be doing with MOIA, and does DCAS typically provide type of support for agencies?
Well,
So typically, because DCAS provides a number of back office functions for pretty much all city agencies, when there is a particular initiative that requires more assistance, we assist in that manner as well.
Okay. And and I know that our chair is here, Chair Miller, but wanted to ask about your $560,000 in new funding for civil service exam staffing and project. Upcoming tests include those for New Yorkers who want to be city planners, engineers, and school safety agents. What kind of test preparation do you offer anyone who's interested in the civil service with the city? And would you consider doing any type of training of young people? Or oftentimes we just heard from sanitation this morning where they're going to be bringing on 300 homeless people, but there really isn't a pipeline unless you actually get into the exam and pass the exam. So is there any prep work that you do for New Yorkers to be ready for these exams?
So I have Deputy Commissioner here, Don Pinnock, who can certainly speak to much more artfully than I can. But there are a number of training or classes that we provide typically through our Office of Recruitment in order to get that pipeline in just citywide. And we're certainly looking to increase some of those things. Civil service. I know, I apologize. We have a Civil Service 101 class that we try to get out as much as possible, and I think that we've worked with some of the council members to get into the offices and provide that information out into the public. It would be an awkward position to be training for a test that we administer.
Right.
So we can't actually provide test-specific training. But what we do is work with unions to give other parties that can perhaps walk their constituencies through in a much more focused way. I don't know if
you've actually covered everything. The only thing I would add is that our work with our labor partners really helps us to kind of bridge the gap that you're talking about, where we are developing an exam because we actually see a need at the agency level. We're working with the subject matter experts who do this job each and every day. So in partnering with the unions, we're able to ensure that there is some level of test prep in the city. Separate and apart from that, we are educating through Civil Service 101 how it is someone would gain access to the city, because we have found when we talk to students, whether it's CUNY students, grad students, students in some of our technical high schools. Just the process of entering the civil service system can seem a little frightening and a little daunting. So we wanted to really take a step back to outline all of those steps involved with gaining access into the classified service with the ultimate goal of building a pipeline.
Has cost ever been a challenge? Has that ever been brought up in the conversation?
Cost is always an issue, right? Our resources are limited. We wish we could be, giving these classes every day, all day. But, we have a number of activities to juggle.
And also in terms of costs relating to, let's say, application fees, part of our training involves explaining to individuals the type of documentation we would need for fee waivers and really walking them through the process, sharing with them the types of documentation they could send in. Also, we were successful in drafting an MOU with HRA because we saw that there were a lot of public assistance recipients who were not showing up for investigations because they were unable to pay. And HRA was very receptive. We drafted an MOU where they actually cover the cost for individuals who have an opportunity to be investigated before appointment. So we've tried to address the fee issues for the applicants as well.
Well, that's great. That's good. All right. I'm going to have my co-chair ask his questions, and then we will have Councilmember Mario followed by Councilmember Miller. Chair Kallos.
The Department of Citywide Administrative Services lifted deed restrictions in one instance that we knew about before, and a second one that we found out about today. In the first instance, a property at 45 Rivington, and that was with a nonprofit, and the second piece, that it be a community health facility. They were listed for $16 million and sold for $28 million, and then in turn sold for $116 million, which is an apparent loss of about $100 million for the taxpayers. This morning, in the New York Times, a deed restriction set by the Board of Estimate 40 years ago at St. Nicholas Avenue and 52nd Street in Harlem, where a nonprofit cultural organization serving the neighborhood was listed for $875,000, Dance Theater of Harlem, which was already in contract when BRP companies who closed on the sale for $3.1 million, apparent loss of more than $2 million for taxpayers. Disappointed to have learned about this new instance from the New York Times. Here's a chance to complain. How many more situations like Rivington and St. Nicholas are coming down the pike?
Right now, none. They've all been put on hold. We're not moving forward on any at the moment.
How many are currently on hold?
I believe it's about 13 to 14 currently.
Wow.
I will add
And
that those are all of those are the entire universe. Many of them had been initially requested several years before, so it's an expansive calculus.
And then how many, just so we have the number, how many deed restrictions have been lifted in the past 5 years?
I don't have that on me, but we typically lift about 4 a year.
And in each case that we know of, deed restrictions were lifted for far less than market value, $100 million in one case, at least $2 million in a second case. How does the city determine fair market value and price to lift the deed restriction? Is there a reason we don't know of for why the city must give a windfall to property owners on lifting deed restrictions?
As I mentioned before, this is certainly a process that we're looking at very closely. I think what we've also said before in the case of Rivington, no one is happy with that outcome, and we are certainly looking at every point of the old process, how we can do things better to avoid outcomes like that.
Now, I guess one piece of it, and again, we're going to do a separate oversight, but I guess to make sure we have the right people, who is responsible for maximizing value, who signs off on the deed, and who's responsible for doing the assessment of value?
DCAS is responsible for property management per the charter. It was our process, again, that was started in '91, that checked off all of the requirements as laid out in the charter. So it was our process.
One piece that Chair Ferreras-Copeland and I have been very focused on is on quality of life violations, looking at outstanding debt to the city, looking at outstanding violations to the city before we grant new licenses, permits, registrations. It's been reported that this past April, Allure Group, which bought Rivington and then sold it as a luxury developer, owes the city $5.2 million in back taxes, did DCAS know they owed the back taxes before they lifted the deed restrictions? Can we cover money owed before we give money away?
So, as I mentioned before, in order to protect the integrity of the investigation, I'm not going to be able to answer questions specific to that. However, I will say that at every step of the process that the DCAS undertook to lift deed restrictions are being looked at, and all of those things that you raised are things that we're certainly taking into account when coming up with whatever changes we're going to come up with.
So, stepping back, well, still focusing on this, so the chair also asked about the funding and the budget, so we did some sleuthing and we tried to find out where could this possibly be in the budget, and we looked under miscellaneous revenue with $104 million in the executive plan for this fiscal year, with $29 million for down payment for property sale. Is that where it is in the budget, or is it somewhere else?
Yes.
The answer to that, yes, it's in the $29 million, if that's what the deed restriction.
If we can amend the budget, so instead of it saying down payment for property sale, it actually says deed restriction. So that being said, there's $29 million there. There's now $17 million we know about, which means there's $12 million there. Are there $12 million in deed restrictions out there, or what does that additional $12 million represent?
That $12 million represents a real estate auction that DCAS had in October, where we sold various properties. 2015? Yeah, 2015, October 2015.
And what did we sell in October 2015 for $12 million?
Yeah, there was a property in the Bronx, Walnut Avenue, 131 Walnut Avenue, approximately $10 million. That was the big portion of the sale. There were smaller properties, vacant, may have been vacant lots, et cetera. 2734 Bathgate Avenue, another property, a vacant lot.
Please repeat the address, the reporter.
2734 Bathgate Avenue in the Bronx.
Can you spell it out? Sorry.
Okay, Bathgate.
Please continue.
Okay, there was, I don't have the street address, the numerical number, but there was a vacant lot on Ditmas Avenue. I guess we will give you the exact number in terms of numerical, but it was a vacant lot there. Another one was on Avenue D in Brooklyn, I believe, and another one was on Douglas Avenue.
And we can provide.
Yeah, we could give you the details, the numerical addresses.
These were all public auctions.
Mm-hmm.
To the extent you can send it to us as quickly as possible with mine and the Finance Committee. And so for how many entities bid on each property?
We don't have that information with us here, but we can certainly provide that.
And how was this sale publicly noticed?
They were all published in the city record.
Once or more?
I don't have that information on hand. We can get you the information.
With regards to these properties, is there an indication of why you chose to sell these properties? I know that our Controller Stringer suggested that they be used for affordable housing. For my part, I would say let's use it for affordable housing, let's use it for city facilities like schools. We need schools like you wouldn't believe.
All of the properties that we
also need homeless shelters.
Yes, we do.
And supportive housing, 15,000 units of it.
So anytime we put any property up for bid, before we do that, we consult with all of our agencies, HPD included, to determine whether they're proper or going to be a good match for their mission.
And then in terms of these auctions, is it they start at $1 and then go up, or is it the other eBay type of auction where there's a minimum value set and then There's a
minimum value set.
So who sets that value, and how do we make sure we're setting the minimum value at market or above or where it needs to be?
So as I mentioned before in my testimony, one of the things that I'm doing in this review is not just limited to deed restrictions, but all processes. So the process by which we value or set prices for auction, for example, that is also currently under review, but it is a DCAS function.
So I was going to head here anyway because I think a lot of the focus has been on deed restrictions. How many properties does DCAS manage?
We have, do we have, I might have that.
I know you have at least 1,000 empty lots or properties that don't have structures on them.
Yes.
So if you can get that back to us.
Absolutely.
Now, in terms of properties that are leased by the city for private purposes, and I was curious about who determines fair market value. So that's, we own a city building, and then we let somebody operate a commercial purpose, and who determines the lease, how do you determine the market value for that?
The market, all fair market value are established by having an appraisal done, and we do that in all instances where things are leased.
Internal or external? Who does the
A
appraisal?
mix of both.
Okay. And do you ever get a second opinion, or?
Possibly, my 3 months, I'm not sure.
To the extent you can get us all the details on that. And then one of the things that I noticed while looking at your lease revenue is that in 2013, fiscal year 2013, we were receiving $69 million in lease revenue. For this coming executive budget plan, you're planning on $42 million in lease revenue. Where did the $27 million go?
To the land, yeah, that wasn't the contract, that's the buy the land.
So there was a prepayment of rent that was done prior to the due date. So we essentially had to move that revenue over to another fiscal year.
Which fiscal year? Because it was $69 million in 2013, $64 million in 2014, $55 million in 2015. So it's gradually going down, where I'm not seeing a spike anywhere, and I'm not seeing a pattern. I'm just seeing us making less and less money off our commercial leases.
So in that particular one, and Rich can connect the dots here, on that, we had to deflect or remove that particular rent, and it wouldn't be for our revenue. It was a payment in lieu of taxes, so that went on the Department of Finance budget for that particular one.
That was,
how much of a prepayment is it?
It was, I believe, this is a while ago, it was about $20 million, and this was for the Marriott Marquise, and there was an agreement that they would be able to purchase the land, an agreement that was executed many, many years ago before us. And what happened was they executed that agreement, and the revenue was transferred from DCAS's rental budget into Department of Finance's revenue stream, dollar for dollar. So the city did not lose, in terms of its overall revenue budget, it did not lose any money. It was just transferred from DCAS to DOF. It was a payment in lieu of taxes at one point.
So with regard to the Marriott Marquis, how old is that deal, and how much did they purchase that land for before, and then they had an option and they've taken that land? So are we looking at a similar situation to some of the others, or what happened with the Marriott Marquis?
I believe it, correct me if I'm wrong, there was an option, it was in a term of their lease that they had an option to purchase. And
are we going back to look at those leases to make sure that everything was above board, even if it was 30 years ago?
We're looking at everything.
Another piece of this is, so we've got enough space that we can rent it out for $42 million, so we have a surplus of space. How much is the city spending on leasing commercial property?
Leasing for?
So like 250 Broadway, the city council offices, NYCHA, all of that, we are not in a city building, we are in a leased building, and we actually have introduced legislation, was heard in my committee, that would say we get to see the people behind the companies doing business with DCAS, and are able to tag their contributions in that way, so we can start to get more transparency around all these buildings that the city is leasing when we have property that we're leasing to other people.
So we certainly, and again, you correct me if I'm wrong, it's not an apples-to-apples comparison. We have a heavy use, a need for office space. And a lot of the properties that we rent out doesn't fit those needs. So it would be a case-by-case basis in order to make that determination.
Are you able to, can you give us a list with a breakout by cost per location and the vendor that we're paying of all the leased office space that we have and all leased space that we have as the city?
Sure.
Thank you. That is my questions on round one. I will pass it on to Councilmember Matteo, followed by Councilmember Miller, with whom I've been working on the provisionals, and I will leave it to him to do a lot of that work. And at some point, we will hopefully do yet another hearing. I think this will be the fourth hearing on provisionals, which are going up. Councilmember Matteo, and members will have a 5-minute clock.
Thank you. Commissioner, welcome. I just want to follow up on a few issues. One, I appreciate your support on the AED bill that we passed and the mayor signed the other day. So I just want to make sure that you have the list of all the fields and the teams, and are you going to have to add staff to implement the AEDs? Are you working, the same process that the Parks Department's got to work? Obviously, you have less properties that are involved in the law, but just an update and
Absolutely. So, we are very happy to partner with you on that. It's a very important piece of legislation that will literally save lives, and so we're very excited to be a part of it.
Thank you.
We absolutely do know all of the ball fields that we manage, and we have information to be able to have that be operational quickly. We're working with our partners at the Parks Department to see how best to operationalize that. But we don't need to add staff.
Okay.
We have enough resources to
when you get a little bit further down the line, I'd like to meet offline to
Absolutely.
discuss the process. Thank you.
Absolutely.
The security in the private school program, just following up on that, making sure that you'll be ready for September, and any
Absolutely.
issues that you foresee, or everything is moving along?
Things are moving along very quickly. We have reached out to all of the schools to give them a preview of what's to come. We've got HHS Accelerator ready to go. We are working our way through the rules-making process to dot the I's and cross the T's on all of the details, but we fully expect to be operational by the next school year.
We appreciate that, and Councilmember Greenfield and I, again, like to follow up.
Absolutely.
Just to make sure we're on the same page as we move forward. The Staten Island Exam Testing Center, you said the lease is finalized?
The lease, what did I say? Yes.
And do you have the address?
Right, yes. Dawn. I have to get back to you on the exact
Please.
address. Absolutely.
And the last issue I want to talk about, the DCAS fields that the Little League, especially in Staten Island, are operating. I think all of them are on a year-to-year lease. The renewal process is just automatic for the leagues. I just want clarification on the renewal process for the leases for all the Little Leagues for DCAS. And if not,
it's automatic month to month at this point. So
they're month to month or year to year?
after the initial year, it's month to month.
After the first year, it's month to month. Okay, if we could follow up and set up a meeting with my office to go over some of these issues, I'd like to talk offline.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. I have a couple of questions, and naturally I want to talk about the human capital. But before we get there, I do want to ask you a question about your energy enhancement program. And is that work being done in-house?
In-house for our
agencies?
It depends on what the project is. Certainly, we at DCAS have actually developed a really robust in-house energy management function. So we have folks from our asset management team being trained currently to really operationalize a number of energy efficiency changes. Some of the work that would require capital improvements or things that are a little more technical sometimes might be contracted out, certainly by different agencies, depending on what the project is and the source of funding.
And those shops are the union shops? Do you know?
I can't say. I'm not
Okay, we'd love to know that as well. So it is my understanding, you know what, talk about some of the capital projects. The 116 precinct, is that, I don't see the full 70 million in the budget. How's that going to be allocated?
That I believe, that's not a DCAS project?
You don't own the property, the properties?
You're talking about an energy efficiency project?
No, I'm talking about the precinct itself, the building.
That's not a DCAS project.
The current location is not a DCAS location. I thought that it was in Rosedale.
No.
We'll double check on that. So it is my understanding that over the next few years, through attrition, the workforce will significantly decrease. Obviously, we were talking about what was the Civil Service 101. What else are you doing to make sure that we have a sufficient and qualified workforce to step in and handle that, as well as do we have the resources currently to test and train that workforce?
I think that's one of the biggest challenges that the Human Capital Line of Service and I are working on is to really focus on pipeline issues, and that really does span across different industries. I mean, we've been working with our partners in labor in particular on the IT titles. That's a really good, robust area in particular because technology changes so quickly that we really need to make sure that the workforce has the skills that the city needs in order to ensure operations. And so we've been working with DO-IT, OLR, and DC-37, for example, on how best to work on the pipeline issues. And, there's nothing that I can, talk about right now, but we're certainly doing some really creative and exciting things.
So I do understand that, but I think we were referring to the current workforce and through attrition, how they would be retiring or opting out of the system. So a lot of those aren't those technical positions that we'd be looking to fill. Are we doing, at what level of skill set it is? Are we prepared to do that? And, what are we doing? So if you can kind of get back to us on that and Deputy Commissioner, we could follow up on that as well.
Okay. Sure,
We want
absolutely.
to be able to, but in the interest of time, I do kind of want to be able to move on and address some of those issues.
Absolutely.
Of course, and we'd be remiss if we had you here and we didn't talk about your plan to reduce the number of provisionals in accordance with the Long Beach decision. Where are we with that? The last time we spoke, I think you indicated that you'd be looking for an extension.
Mm-hmm.
Have you gotten that extension, and where are we at in that process?
Sure. We are definitely having the intention to go back to ask for more time. We are still working together on finalizing what our ask is and what our plan is going to look like, but we are really thinking outside the box and turning over every rock to see how best we can approach it in a manner that will give us as much relief as possible.
Well, I will say that we've given this a lot of thought. Myself and Chair Kallos have had a lot of dialogue. I would hope that we'd be included in any conversation that we move forward. But on that note, I do just want to include something. I was in touch with a couple of unions and associations representing some of the more technical titles, and there was concern that there was not exams prepared for those titles. In fact, those titles were transitioning into managerial titles, and they were looking to remain civil servants. So I think that is certainly something worth looking at, considering the value of this civil service that we have here. And so we can speak specifically about that later
I would
on.
like that.
But there are a number of technical engineering, architect titles and things of that nature.
Yeah, I would love to know which titles are subject to that, and we can certainly, talk more about that.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kallos.
Thank you. We'll move on to second round. DCAS has a 5-year, $62 million contract with United Energy Metro Corp., which was covered in the press recently, to provide heating oil and biofuel for the city. How did DCAS choose United Metro Energy Corp., and what other potential vendors were considered?
All of our goods, typically on the fuel in particular, are selected by lowest responsible bidder for all of our fuel. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
This is Deputy Commissioner Genius Turnbull for Office of Citywide Procurement.
I'll give you
How many bidders were there?
1 second. Solicitation was sent out to 83 vendors, including 3 MWBE vendors. 7 bids came in.
Sorry, only 3 MWBs?
That was including 3 MWBEs, yes.
Out of how many?
The award pool was 83 vendors.
Sorry, I was not expecting to ask this line of questioning. What can we do to make sure that we have a equal representation of MWBE businesses to represent the number of minorities and women in our city? That is a very low percentage.
So all of the solicitations are, when they get blasted out, use the commodity codes that vendors sign up for. So when we buy fuel, we go and solicit and send a solicitation to everyone that has signed up for that particular commodity code. In this case, there might not be more than 3 MWBEs signed up for that commodity code.
For all the people watching and anyone else interested in MWBE, how does somebody get signed up for your system, and how do they make sure to include all the commodity codes?
So that's a great question, and I would love to get that answer out. When you sign up to do business with the city, you have to sign up on the payee information portal, all online. Once you do that, you select all of the commodity codes that essentially describe all of the goods and services that you can provide. So that's why it's really important that if you want to do business with the City of New York, that you pick the appropriate commodity code for the goods and services that you are able to provide, because that's the way you receive automatically all of the solicitation opportunities that agencies blast out.
Did any of the 3 MWBEs bid, or were they excluded from that 7?
I don't have that information on whether or not they bid, but unfortunately, neither one of the awards were made to an NWBE vendor.
Does DCAS have any plans to try to assist MWBEs in, I guess, of the 83, did the MWBEs even respond to the solicitation? Did they even put in a bid?
We don't have that information right now, but we can get back to you on that.
Could you make that information that you publish regularly?
Sure.
Sure.
With regard to the fiscal year 17 executive plan, includes a baseline reduction of $50 million in the heat, light, and power budget, which totals $706 million in fiscal 2017. What do you attribute this decrease to, and why didn't DCAS move the management of heat, light, and power budget from Asset Management Division to the Energy Conservation Division sooner?
In terms of the transferring of funds of the Heat, Light, and Power citywide budget, it was previously overseen by Asset Management, and that function was turned over when Energy Management was established. And when it was established as its own unit of appropriation. And we have since, as you've seen in the budget, had all the funding transferred from Asset Management's line of service, U of A, into Energy Management, so that it's a cleaner way of looking at the budget. It was just a technical adjustment from one unit of appropriation to the other being Energy Management, who was overseeing it. In the past, Asset Management was overseeing the Heat, Light, and Power budget.
Thank you. So I think I've got most of the budget questions that I wanted to cover. We are getting close to the Jewish Sabbath, so my goal is to and a little bit earlier. We will forward additional questions from my committee as well as the Finance Committee, and I am hoping that a lot of the questions that you were not able to answer for Chair Ferreras-Copeland or myself can be answered at hopefully an oversight hearing in June. Do you believe that by June you should be in a better position to answer some of those questions?
I hope to be.
Okay. This concludes the hearing for today. The Finance Committee will resume executive budget hearings for fiscal year 2017 on Monday, May 16th, 2016 at 10 a.m. in this room. On Monday, the Finance Committee will hear from the Department of Education and School Construction Authority. As a reminder, the public will be invited to testify on Tuesday, May 24th, the last day of budget hearings at approximately 3 p.m. in this room. For any member of the public who wishes to testify but cannot make it into the hearing, you can email your testimony to the Finance Division at financetestimony@council.nyc.gov. The staff will make it part of the official record. Thank you for this, and the hearing is now adjourned.